Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the second round of the Polish Drift Championship DMP 2025. We're here at Katowice for round two. Welcome to the pro class in qualifying. We've just done semi-pro, great runs overall. The drivers are going hard today. The weather is looking amazing. The spectators are loving it. And we hope you are all enjoying the event so far, but we do have a very stacked grid in pro class. As you can see there, our paddock looking absolutely insane. Looking awesome on this amazing Polish airfield in Katowice, one of the most gorgeous cities in the world, in my opinion. But as you can see there, we have got plenty to do, plenty of going on, and a lot of drifting waiting up ahead for us. My name is Brandon Carr. Welcome to our pro qualifying, as we do have plenty of people to introduce today, as we have our season there today at round two, Katowice. We do have qualifying today, and then we have top 16 for semi-pro tomorrow, as well as top 32 for pro. So right now we are just waiting for our drivers to get ready to send it down the main straight for the first time in qualifying. As you can see there is our schedule. We have just finished up semi-pro, and now we are on to pro qualifying. And then we will be moving on to the second runs later on this afternoon. Plenty to see, plenty to do. So make sure you stay tuned, get a snack, get a drink. Let's have some fun. There's plenty to do. As you can see there, you've got the car show down at the bottom, as well as the drift demos right behind the grandstands.
Kamil Michałowski, dzień dobry, witam się z Wami tutaj z tego pięknego toru zbudowanego na lotnisku w Katowicach. Ja będę Waszym przewodnikiem po tym wszystkim, co będzie działo się na transmisji YouTube'owej, którą zapewne w tym momencie oglądacie. Jeśli macie znajomych z zagranicy, którzy chcieliby zobaczyć, co tam w DMP piszczy, to przypominamy, że jest także stream anglojęzyczny, na którego Was zapraszamy. Jeśli chcielibyście, żebym porozmawiał z którymś z zawodników, albo macie jakieś pytania konkretne do zawodników, albo zawodniczek, to śmiało piszcie na czacie, będziemy to wyłapywać i próbować dowozić dla Was wywiady z zawodnikami.
Wiktoria Rozenek, ja relacjonuję dla Was na bieżąco na naszych socialach Driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski. Robimy również challenge zawodnikom. Jeśli chcielibyście zobaczyć konkretnego zawodnika w wybranym przez nas challenge'u, to dajcie tam znać. Dziękuję.
So there you have it. These are the amazing people who are covering our interviews and social media. Without them, we wouldn't have as much information as we have on everything. As we now have our driver standings here. So this is the current point standing for the season, as we have Jakob Kroll at the top in first place with 110 points. Mikolaj in second with a 91, and Jakub Proszonski in third. So that is our current top three of the season. As you can see there, there's so many drivers in pro class compared to semi-pro. And it's been interesting so far, as we have had some big names and heavy hitters struggle last round. And it's been a bit of a shake-up compared to last season, I'd say, as we have plenty of drivers coming in for this round, wanting to go bigger and better. As you can see there, Tim Howdrick just not having the best of first round, but hopefully we can come back into round two here at Katowice and go much harder and have a lot more fun. As you can see there, top drivers doing the best they can. But let's take you through the track.
I teraz chcielibyśmy przybliżyć Wam nieco trasę, zaczynając od inicjacji. Auto uciekające powinno inicjować, wykorzystując połowę szerokości trasy, tak by goniący się tam zmieścił. Przed zoną numer 1, krótka strefa od hamowania, tam można dociągnąć się z hamulca ręcznego. Bardzo ważna rzecz, trzeba zostać długo na kącie, tak by idealnie złapać zonę numer 2, którą widzimy teraz. Ponownie, przechodząc z zony numer 2 do numer 3, duży kąt jest premiowany, wchodzimy do zony numer 3 i bardzo ważna rzecz pomiędzy trójką a czwórką. Nie należy ścinać linii, bowiem to zepsuje nam trasę przejazdu, a jak widzimy zona czwarta jest tą zoną najdłuższą, najbardziej spektakularną, tam będzie najwięcej walki w parach i kolejna szalenie istotna rzecz, zaraz to zobaczymy. Przy wyjściu z zony numer 4 należy kąt nieco wypłycić, tak żeby z impetem wpaść do zony numer 5, która kończy nam trasę właśnie w tym momencie. No i kolejna bardzo ważna rzecz, na którą zwracali uwagę sędziowie, nie można wyrzucać kół poza trasę, z czym dużo zawodników miało problem, ale myślę, że dzisiaj będzie perfekcyjnie, także już nie możemy doczekać się całej rywalizacji.
So there you have it. There is the laydown of our track. Obviously, we've got 5 zones, all outside for this layout. As you can see there, we have our drift demo set up for speed games right behind the grandstands. So people are having passenger rides and having a great time. But we have 5 outside zones this time, which includes outside zone 4, which is our big one outside of the grandstands following the wall. So it's going to be very technical as we have our judging panel here, all prepared to do their job. And without these guys, we wouldn't have a competition. And everyone has their role, and we will have a great time. But thank you to our judges for doing an amazing job, as always. With lovely smiles there. And we will be moving on to the action very shortly. As we now have our first driver at the line, I can see there. Here we go. So this is our start list. So we'll have Michał from the Czech Republic starting us off in pro today, following all the way through. It is looking crazy. The horsepower figures, I mean, there are some drivers with 500 horsepower in pro, so they do have a bit of a disadvantage there, as you can see. But we have plenty of drivers from different areas like Czech Republic, we have Ukraine, we have the national Polish drivers, Estonians, Swedish drivers, German. It is a really big grid full of many people from interesting backgrounds. As you can see there, we've even got Hungarians. But look at the horsepower difference between some of these cars. We've got from 500 to 1,000 horsepower. But like I was saying, in semi-pro, it's not always about the power. It's about the driving skill, and that's what matters. As you can see there, some amazing drivers on this grid this time around. As Victor Vermaak's come back in a really, really nice S15, or should I say 14.9. We have Jakub Przonski there, who's going to be our 48th driver with Jakub Kroll finishing off qualifying. This is based off of standings, so this goes reverse to the standings of our current grid. So our highest points driver will be at last in qualifying, and the lowest will be at the top, which is Michał from the Czech Republic in this gorgeous liveried E46. 850 horsepower behind the wheels of this car. So we'll have to see what we can do with it as we go for the first run in pro. So lights go green now. That V8 E46 doing a lovely, nice fast initiation. Big flick there coming around, just missing out on 2, maybe just touching it, missing out on 3. Oh, just not quite in the right spot for 4 there, and comes in really shallow and completely misses, just touching the end of outside zone 4. So that will punish him quite a lot as he comes across 5. Plenty of speed, plenty of commitment, just not quite the right line. As you can see here, coming into 1 very aggressively, exiting a bit too early, which then sets him up to not be as deep as he should be on 2, which once again is a domino effect. Once one zone's a bit shallow, it's hard to get on back onto that line, and obviously making a mistake here going into 4 is really going to be the setting stone for this score. Just touching it there at the end. We'll have to see what happens with our judges. Definitely not the run he wanted for his first, but once again, it is an opportunity in the second run to get a point, good score on the board, get into the action. As with semi-pro, there was enough drivers to fill out top 16, So all of them are going to be in, but in Pro, there are that many drivers. We can only have 32. So this is where it really, really matters, getting the points on the board to get into the top 32 action tomorrow. As we just await on the first score. The venue is looking gorgeous though at that airfield landing strip. It makes you realize how big these airstrips are though, how big they have to be to fit this much. We've got a whole drifting venue on this thing, and it's still got more runway. There's still more runway to use, which is insane. It makes you think, how fast do these planes actually have to go to take off? But it's a really, really unique venue. I really like this layout. It's very technical, very snappy side-to-side transitions. But Michał, with a 55 on his first score, obviously putting him in first place as he is the first driver. But we do have a lot of drivers to go through today, so we move on now to this awesome-looking GT86 from Oleski Holovnia. Really, really nice car, and I do believe that Amanda Sorensen is actually a part of this team in Drift Masters, from what I can remember. But here we go, as we have him sending it down now the main straight. Nice initiation, could have been a bit deeper there in outside zone 1. Doing a nice job through 2 though. Big transition now coming through to 3. Awesome stuff as he comes around into 4, using the decel to his advantage as he bashes off of the limiter. Coming around now into 5. Oh, look at the speed from this GT86, absolutely flying as it comes across the line. Lovely first run there. Obviously, could have been a bit deeper and kept it in out of zone 1 for a bit longer, but manages to make it work going into 2. As it comes around into 3, nice big transition, snaps it to angle. Doing a solid job though. Obviously, as you come through up towards 4, there is a decel zone, so you have to lose speed. Obviously, you can't decel too much. Obviously, you'll end up too shallow. And if you don't decel enough, you'll end up in the wall. So it's a bit of a balancing act. But doing a lovely job going from 4 to 5 as well. Very good first run there. As we will just be waiting on the score. Really nice example of an E36. God, I don't know where I got that from. GT86. Really, really nice example of a GT86. It's good to see those chassis being utilised more. Obviously, you've got Kuba Pashonsky with the GR as well. Seems to be becoming kind of a staple of drifting at this point. It's become the new competitive chassis. Obviously, you've got the new GR Supras as well. But Oleski Holovnia with an 84.5 his first run. So really good first score there. Definitely will want to improve, but we do have another Trinity X Racing GT86 as well, so a teammate to Holovnia, which is oh my god, sorry, I apologize, me and names. Konstantin. I am so sorry if I butchered that. I am awful. Konstantin. I am awful with pronunciations, but Konstantin in that GT86 match with the teammate of Holovnia without a wing though, so a bit more of a clean look to this guy. Coming around though into outside zone 4, doing a lovely job. Not the best start to the run, but manages to clean it up towards outside zone 4, keeping it nice and smooth. Coming around now to out of 5, lovely stuff. Plenty of speed and power behind these two GT86s, so let's see what the score is. As you can see there, initiating into out 1, doing a nice job. Nice early transition to get the car settled for 2, but just gets a bit too much grip and starts to pull out of the zone early. So that's something you'll be wanting to look out for run 2, and then obviously sets up for 3 a bit shallow, but manages to make it work coming into 4. As you can see, getting nice and deep on that outside line. Little bit of left foot brake to keep it there. It balances the car around that big outside zone. Very nice job there. As they come around into out of 5. Just once again coming a bit shallow. So definitely places to improve. So here we go. 77 for the Ukrainian driver. Putting him in second, so definitely some room to improve though. There's nothing wrong with improvement. But we'll see with the second run as we have Javish Fabishak in that S14A. Very, very cool looking car. Obviously running the Barra in it as well. Going for the straight line handbrake initiation, which seems to have worked quite nicely going into out zone 2. Big transition there, big flick going into 3. Manages to make it work coming into 4. Can he keep it nice and deep into out of 4? Yes, he can, as he makes that Barra sing all of its song across 5. That is a really, really cool car. Lots of aggression, lots of style. As you can see there, coming through in towards 2. Very, very nice line. Just could have been a bit cleaner going from, it was the in-between 1 and 2 that could have been a bit cleaner, but manages to do a good job. And obviously coming into 4, nice and wide there. Has to do a little bit of left foot brake as he starts to pull out of outside zone 4, but manages to get it back in and float around that outside line, doing a lovely job. And obviously coming around into 5 also keeps it nice and deep. Definitely a good first run there for Fabishak. But it's not about what I think, it's about what the judges think. And they're the ones that have got an eagle eye and a lot of different views and cameras, so they can give the most fair score they can. Dariusz Fabishak getting an 81 in his first run. As you can see there, one of the most smiley gentlemen you'll ever meet. What a guy. So good first run there. So we'll have to see what he does with his second run, as we have big boys racing on the side of this E82, which is Christian Salmer from Estonia. 720 horsepower. Really cool looking car. So here we go, the lights go green. Christian coming down now with a lot of speed. Big initiation with that big 96 on the side. Nice flick into outside zone 2. Big angle going into 3, but has to kind of check up going in towards 4, and that could deduct him big time. But we'll have to see as he comes around and finishes outside zone 4. Lovely big transition into 5. A lot of grip has been put into this car, and I think it is starting to bite him. But we'll have to see what the judges think to that. Lots of speed and commitment going through outside zone 1, and as you can see here, lovely transition into 2, keeps it nice and deep. And this is where he does a big flick going into 3, putting on a lot of angle, and this is where it kind of grips up and pulls him almost straight, because he just wasn't quite where he needed to be, but manages to make it work. We'll have to see what the judges think of that. But as he comes through the middle of outer 4, does a lovely job of keeping it nice and wide, putting all of the power that he can down as he comes around now into 5. Just could have been a bit deeper there, but obviously first runs, plenty of places to improve. And this is why they will be paying attention to the live stream when they get back into the pits. Just they'll probably watch it over and just give it a check over. And if any of the drivers are watching, hello, send it big time, do good. I'm rooting for all of you. As they will be looking over those runs, as Christian does get a 0 for that straighten up, but man, does he look stylish in that suit. So obviously that straight up is where he's got to improve. But Michael Hamway, I'm gonna guess so, but he's in that S14 with the biggest chin of a front bumper I've ever seen this Swedish driver, with that really cool kit on that S14 as he comes around. Big initiation into 1, lovely stuff as he comes around into 2 with that DK Racing S14. Lovely through 3, lots of commitment, lots of style, lots of angle as it comes around into 4. Look at the speed coming into outside zone 4. Plenty of smoke bellowing out of the back of the car, just touching the wall as he exits 4. Coming around into 5. across the line. That definitely is going to punish him, though. As you can see, it just wasn't the setup for 5 when he touched the wall. But let's look back as he comes and does a big initiation into outside zone 1. Very big initiation. Coming around into 2. Very committed run this is. As it comes around into 3. Could have been a bit deeper there on 3. But the commitment going into 4 here. Look at the speed he carries and just keeps it going. Obviously, this is the point where the car starts to wash out because of all the momentum he's built up. And as he comes around towards the end of out of 4, he just taps that wall. And that is the point where it did unsettle the car. It started to strain it out a bit, and it just was not on the correct line for out of 5. So that is going to be a place where he needs to improve for his second run. As you can see, got all the drivers waiting for their first runs. They'll be pulled up into groups for their qualifying. It just helps keep the order nice and smooth, and it means our pits don't get too full and chaotic. And as you can see there, we've got the firefighting services on our left, just making sure everyone's safe at moment's call. And we are just waiting on this next score. As you can see, we got our next driver up there, and on our right, all the spectators standing at those fences, having a look at the burnout box and at the start line. And a massive thank you to everyone who comes through to these events in person and supports DMP. Without the spectators, there wouldn't be a sport. So we are very grateful to everyone who comes through, and we hope you are enjoying everything, especially everyone who is tuning into our broadcast, both on the Polish side and through here on the English side. We appreciate everyone who comes through and watches, and we hope you're enjoying the show so far. Unfortunately, my co-commentator Kean can't be with me today, but we have Michael, I can't ask me in pronunciation today, 64 on the board. So a good first run. Obviously, just that mistake going through out of 4 is where he's going to need to improve. But we have Jacket. Why can't I do pronunciation? This is the English in me. I just can't do it. Jacket. I hope I'm saying that right. In that E92 with plenty of screamability and that firing down the main straight. Oh, but just coming a bit too shallow for 2. Manages to get into 3 just about. Just not quite on the right line, but manages to get into 4 really nicely here. As he comes around, lovely stuff on 4. And just got a bit too much grip, I'd say, going into 5. So I'd say that car's just a bit too... It's hard to say. It just seems like he's got a bit too much grip dialed in. And obviously, as the rubber's getting laid down and the heat increases throughout the day, I'm not too sure what the temperatures are, but it does affect the grip on the track. So the track does continue to grip up as the day goes through. As you can see here, manages to get it back into outside zone 4 nicely. And this is kind of where the run is at its best, unfortunately, as he just couldn't get to where he needed to be on the line everywhere else. As you can see, there's just too much angle and it pulls the car in. So I think for run 2, he's going to have to dial out the grip a little bit, make it work. But not a bad first run. Obviously, plenty to improve on, and his spot is going to be telling him where he needs to go. But 60.5 on the board from the get-go, so not too bad for the first run. Obviously, there's a lot of improvements to be made, but this is why you have spotters, and they'll be relaying all the information that they need. But now we have Krzysztof Pawlonka in that S15, another Rocket Bunny S15. Seems to be a very popular kit here in Poland, as in England and everywhere else. We don't really see them that often. But here we go, Krzysztof in that gorgeous S15, going through out of 1, doing a pretty decent job. Could have been a bit deeper between 2, and now we're on 3. Doing a good job so far though, coming around outside zone 4, keeping it nice and smooth with the smoke just bellowing out of the back of that S15. This comes around now to out of 5, doing a good job and across the line. Definitely not the worst run we've seen so far. but definitely could be a bit more consistent in the zone control. As you can see there, going through out 2. Just a bit shallow. It's all about how you set up your transitions. Transition timing and placement is key on this layout to get you right where you need to be in these outside zones. As you can see, bit shallow going into 4, but manages to start pulling it around towards the end. But the main thing is he is scoring points here as he is in that zone. But to get a maximum amount of points in these outside zones, they want you to be on the widest line you can be. Of course, without dropping tyres. But a very, very good first run there from Christoph. So we'll have to see what the judges think of that. As you can see, we've got a couple of cars waiting to go. There goes Christoph in the pit with a 71, putting him in 4th so far. So very good first run there. But there is always room to improve. As we await on our next driver. It's definitely not our second driver. Our next driver, which is going to be, I think this is Tim Heidrich. Yes, it is, in that gorgeous Mercedes SL. Very, very interesting car. Obviously, Mercedes don't have much research and development into drift angle kits and everything. So a lot of it usually is made custom. As we do have someone over in the UK that has a BMW V12 SLK, I do believe, and is crazy engineering that goes into these cars to make them viable in drifting. As you can hear, he's screaming down that main straight, just firing it in towards outside zone 2. It's so loud as he comes through outside zone 3. Doing a nice job on his line so far. Maybe a bit shallow going into 4, but can he get it deeper in towards the end? Yes, he can. Coming around a little bit of a bubble there, going to before the transition, and just misses outside zone 5. But that thing screams. And I'm just seeing it is a V12 as well. That is insane. What a car. What a driver. But as you can see there, doing a good job throughout the layout. But it's just coming up into out of 4 at the start. Obviously flirting with the inner line, which is where you don't want to be. They want you on that outside line. But manages to bring it back as it comes through. Obviously, main thing is he is scoring points there, but just doesn't manage to collect 5. So we'll have to see what he can do. As we will wait on our first score for this driver, for Tim Heidrich. God, the grid is just gorgeous. But here we go, Tim Heidrich with a 66.5, putting him in 5th place so far. So good first run there from Tim Heidrich, as we have our next driver on the line. I think this isn't, yes it is, it's an E36. Looking very, very nice indeed, which is Jan. Oh God, I am so sorry, Jan. I am not going to attempt your last name. I just don't want to butcher it, but he is in an E36 GTR with a crazy sounding supercharger. As he comes around into out zone 2, doing a lovely job, lovely line so far. As he comes around into 3, perfect coming through as he has that supercharger just screaming. Could have been a bit deeper going into outside zone 4, but manages to make it work nicely as they come around now into out 5 and across the line. Crazy, crazy car. I do have a soft spot for V8 supercharged engines. As you can see here, going through 1, does a nice job of getting it where it needs to be, but perfect into 2. That is exactly what you want to be doing through 2. And 3 just could have been a little bit deeper, but manages to make it really smooth and consistent. And this is the point where it just dials on a little bit too much angle too early. Could have had it float out a little bit more, but does a good job just flirting in and out of that zone. manages to keep it going though. Does a good job through 5 as well. Crazy sounding car and crazy style as well. So I'll have to see what... We'll have to see what's going on with the score for this. I've just checked as well. It is 23 degrees Celsius in Katowice, but we are seeing him go into 3rd place. So amazing work there from Jan. He does have a 2nd win still, but Peter in that gorgeous E82. That is a crazy looking livery. As we have the lights go red and now they go green. 725 horsepower behind it. Big flick initiation there. Lovely stuff so far as he comes around. Whoa! Big instance too. It's very close to having a moment there. It does end up showering into 4 as well, but a lot of aggression in his driving style so far. And he comes around 5 and does a lovely job of finishing the run off. A lot of impact in that run, but unfortunately just not quite in the way we wanted. So as you can see here, nice initiation going into outside zone 1. Nice and consistent, but it's here where just lets the car wash a bit too wide, but manages to keep it from going into the wall. So lovely bit of control there from Peter. But as he comes around now into 4, just lets the car grab a bit too much and grip. And unfortunately, it's just not the best outside zone 4 that you could have had. But does manage to get into it towards the end. But does a really good job on outside zone 5, so we'll have to see what he scores. Just had a quick look into the YouTube chat and hope you're all enjoying it. Just see there. Thanks for the English commentary, so good. I really appreciate that. We're happy that we can provide this to all of you. But as we wait for Peter's score, we have a 76 putting him at 5th position. So very good job there for his first run. Obviously, the couple of moments where it was a bit of a squeaky bum moment, but that's drifting for you. It wouldn't be fun if it didn't have those moments. But now we have Marek in that absolutely insane PS13, the Max Racing PS13. This is possibly one of my most favorite PS13s that has ever existed. With the grayscale colouring. Absolutely stunning. Ooh, a bit shallow there and out of 1. Just checking up, but manages to get nice into out of 2. Bringing around, ooh, just almost missing 3, but manages to get around into 4. Still a bit shallow. This car seems very gripped up. Ooh, just flirting with that wall there. Lots of speed and lots of commitment, but just not quite on the line. Unfortunately there, as you can see, just as he initiates in, struggling to get the car to where it needs to be. Gets into 2 nicely, but it's from here you can just see as the car loads up for the transition, just a bit too much angle and not being as deep as he needed to be. And it just seems like that car is extremely gripped up to the point where it just wants to pull out of every zone that it goes in. But it's definitely not a slow car, that is for sure. It is very fast. So we'll have to see what the judges think of that. As you can see there, Marek again his first scoring at 73.5, so at 6th position so far. Not bad at all. Obviously, all of these drivers do get 2 runs, so there's plenty of room, plenty of time to get the second one in. But you got Matthias in that E46 from Hungary. So we'll have to see what Mr. Drusen does with his first score, or first run, should I say. We haven't even got finished the run yet. I don't know why I'm on about scores, but here we go. The lights go green as we initiate, and now that E46 just screaming as it transitions into 2. Ooh, just floating with the outside line. 105 kilometers an hour entry, looking good through 3. bit too deep going in towards 4, but manages to make it work, pulls it back in. But does have to sacrifice a bit of line, but manages to keep it nice and wide towards the end. A little bit of a check up there going into 5, but comes across the line nice and fast. Couple of checkups there, as you can see. So going through out of 1, doing a good job. Coming around into 2. This is where it gets very nice as he comes perfectly across the outside line. It's right where you need to be. Gets into 3 nice and deep. Not getting too crazy there. Just gets a little bit too deep on this outside line here, but manages to pull it back in. And obviously sacrifices that outside line a bit to get it back where it needs to be, and then lets the car float and wash back out nice and wide. Does a really good job of recovering that line. And as you can see there, just that transition between 4 and 5 has a little bit of a bobble, a little bit of a waver, but manages to keep it going and gets across 5 nicely. As you can see there, the grandstands looking absolutely insane. One of the best views you can get, with Matthias getting a 76 on his first run. So the Hungarian puts himself in 5th place so far in qualifying. As we now have our next driver up at the line, which is Christian Erlandsson in that gorgeous BRZ. It's not a GT86. I mean, it basically is. They're all the same chassis. But yeah, this is the Subaru GT86 with 1,038 horsepower. Crazy, crazy car. I do enjoy watching Christian drive, as there's a lot of style, as you can see, flicking into outside zone 1, doing a nice job. Lovely through 2, big flick transitions. Lovely through 3. That's what we want to be seeing. Coming around into 4. Whoa! He saw it was coming, and he had to react as he gets lost in the smoke. We almost couldn't find him there. Wow! Christian, my friend, that was very, very close. But lots of speed and commitment going through outside zone 1. Big transition coming through to 2. Perfect in out of 2. That's what we want to be seeing. But out of this is really nice through outside zone 3 as well. As he comes around into 4. And just look at this. Has the dial on the angle to stop himself from ploughing into the wall. And he felt the car washing. He did exactly what he had to do. Unfortunately, that will deduct him. But very good reaction there from Christian. Kind of catching on before he definitely saved the car from being written off there. So amazing control and reactions from this pro driver. And the main thing is he did not write the car off. But we'll have to see what he gets for his first score.
Who's with us? Hello.
Hello.
So how Katowice in this year looks?
It's hot and it's grippy as hell outside.
Oh, the grippy?
Yeah, for me it's very grippy. So we worked yesterday a lot. We had a steering issue yesterday, and when we got out on track for the second practice, we couldn't get the car loose. But today we made some major changes, and it's good now.
So how you looks on this DMP season? What's your goal?
I had a goal to be better than last year, but we had a bad run in top 32 in first round. So we're quite low in the standings, but hopefully we'll get some good points and climb up the ranking.
So fingers crossed, and good luck in the qualification.
Thank you.
So lovely interview there from one of our drivers. And I was correct in saying it is very grippy out there, but Christian Erlandsson getting a 68 for his first run, so nice work there. But like we were saying, it is just extremely gripped up on this track today. Obviously, it's only around 23 degrees Celsius, but that heat mixed with the tyres, the rubber being laid down onto the track, it adds up to a spicy mixture of grip. And another thing to consider as well is the tarmac surface as well, as this is a different surface to a lot of the places that we are going to this season. This isn't an official track. This is obviously this is a landing strip for aircraft, so the surface is a little bit different. As you can see there, we've just got the Max Racing pits, just having a look around. Obviously we got the semi-pro class driver Maximilian That's his S14. If you tuned into the semi-pro qualifying, did a good job in that. But it's good to have a little look around and wander around the pits and just get a look at what's going on as we await for our next drivers. Obviously, plenty of things to see and do in the grid of DMP 2025. As well as there's just plenty of things to see. Like, go and check out our sponsors, and as they do have things on display. As you can see here, do have a bit of work happening to some of the cars. And I wonder if they've got a boost leak towards the intercooler potentially. So obviously all of the drivers making sure that their cars are in tip-top shape for battles tomorrow. Seems to be that the heat is getting to them. But this is the thing, like, a lot of these situations, a lot of these competitions, a lot of the time, the drivers do tend to get knocked out by their own cars failing due to heat. Sometimes, generally it's mechanical issues that seem to be kind of a ghost that haunts everyone in competition. As we are just seeing, looks like we've got some more work going on to one of the cars. We've got Christian's BMW just having some work done before his second run. Everyone's just working hard, making sure these cars are ready for the second run. And look at that, these aren't actual headlights, they're covers, which is really interesting. That seems to be the way people tend to be going now, because headlights are very expensive, especially on these BMWs. So sometimes it is not worth ruining a pair of perfectly good headlights and just putting LED bars with headlight blanks. And it is a very smart idea. I've been debating on doing that for my drift car. But now we have our next driver up at the line in this M4 BMW, which is Joachim Wagard. I'm really, once again, to all the Norwegians watching, I am so sorry. I am but a simple Englishman. Oh, and as he tries to launch, just stalling the car a little bit there. Obviously, nerves are going to be kicking in for these drivers. Qualifying is a very naughty place, but perfect through outside zone 1. Joachim doing a really good job just getting into 2 there. Lots of speed, lots of commitment. This M4 is a big car as well. Flying around the track, lovely into 4. And he comes around nice and wide with the smoke just absolutely bellowing out the back. Coming around now into 5. Good first run there from Joachim. That is, wow. He may have to stalled the car on the start line, but what an impactful run he had when he got off the line. Perfect there through outside zone 1. Does transition a bit shallow coming into 2, but manages to collect it and keep it on the outside line. Coming around into 3 perfectly there. And this is the benefit of having a bigger, heavier car. Like, it does float around the track a lot better than some of the lighter, snappier chassis. It does allow you to collect these zones a lot deeper and a lot smoother as well. But once again, it all comes down to driving style. As you can see there, coming out of outside zone very nicely out of 4. God, my English is terrible today. As he collects 5. But like I was saying, it's all about your driving style. It depends on what car you suit the best. This is why a lot of these drivers, it is a big financial commitment to buy a chassis and build a car and then kind of go into it thinking, what if this doesn't work for me? What if this doesn't suit me? So there's a lot of testing that goes into these cars pre-season. With Johan getting a 78, putting him in 4th place. So the Norwegian man's going to be very happy as he's got a second run still. As we have Lucas now in that E92 with 909 horsepower. And I'm going to try and attempt his full name, Lucas Sarada. Hopefully I got that one correct with his driver number 999. But here we go, the E92 flying down the main straight. Nice weight transfer into that initiation with that gorgeous livery on the side. Lovely through outside zone 2. Coming around now into 3. Can he get it? Yes, he can. Maybe he's just dropping the tyre there. As he comes around outside zone 4. A bit shallow into the entry of that, but manages to collect it. So he comes around now in towards out of 5. Ooh, a bit of an early transition. Maybe not quite where he needed to be on that transition to going towards 5, but finishes the run off strong. Like I was saying earlier, these E92s, M4s, they're a bit of a heavier chassis compared to a lot of them, like the GT86s and the S chassis. And the advantage you have is you can use that weight to maneuver around the track a lot easier than some of the other cars, and you can use the weight to float back. But then again, a lot of these competition M4s and E92s, they aren't exactly heavy. You can definitely get them down to like 1.2 ton. You can make them, it's all about how you want them set up. Some people prefer them heavier, some people prefer them lighter, but very good first run there. So it's just a waiting on the score. But like I was saying, it is a very, very difficult thing to commit into a chassis and spend so much money, and it's a very daunting thing for these drivers, especially if it's a brand new chassis to them. It's a big commitment, so it takes a lot of guts to do this, especially when you're going into competition and basically throwing all your money at the wall, both physically and mentally as well. It's not an easy thing to do. So it's a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect for these drivers doing what they do, as I'm only in grassroots myself, and it is a big commitment, very big commitment, even at a grassroots level. So for these guys to be coming into pro and doing what they do, it's even in semi-pro. But Lucas getting 69.5 first run, so for the Czech driver, got some room to improve, but very, very first good run regardless. As we now have a Ukrainian driver, Arta Havilenko, I hope that I said that correctly, in that gorgeous GT86. I love cars that have liveries that are very out there, very in your face, very unique. It brings a lot of character to them. That's kind of what you want as a driver, to sell yourself as a unique driver and car. But here we go into outside zone 1, doing a nice job. Big snappy transition going in towards outside zone 2. Could have been a bit deeper though. Coming around into outside zone 3, doing a good job. Now transitioning into 4, doing a good job, keeping it nice and deep. Can he keep it there? Yes, he can. Now he does a nice big transition into 5 and across the line. Lots of speed there from Marta. Good job from the Ukrainian for his first run. So as we look back at GT86, being very snappy. Like I was saying, this is one of the lighter, snappier chassis, but it can be very effective. As you can see, you can get around the track very quickly, and it kind of gives me a Ferrari 360 Spider vibe at the rear end with that black rear light section. But does a nice job getting into 4, lets it float out wide, and as you can see, as he starts washing out wide, he puts down the power. Smoke starts reappearing once again. And a very nice transition here into 5. This is the one you want. You don't want too much angle because it can set you too shallow. Lots of control there. Lovely line driving. So we'll have to see what he gets in his score. As we have a nice overhead view of the track and the venue in Katowice. Arta getting a 81.5, putting him in second position. So he's going to be very happy with that, but obviously the Ukrainian has got the opportunity in the second run to get a bigger score, so we'll have to see what happens with that. But we have Tobias in this crazy looking E92. This livery is just awesome. So much detail, and I can't imagine how expensive that is to have on that car. But here we go, Tobias in that E92, 800 horsepower, firing it down that main straight. Nice flick initiation there. Using the weight of the car to flick around. Ooh, just getting a bit caught up. Gets a bit deep into 2. Almost coming off the track. But manages to come around. Oh, getting deep towards the wall. But manages to pull it back out. Great reaction times from Tobias there. As it comes around into 5. Lots of commitment into the run. The judges are going to be loving that. This is one thing. As much as you can have great line driving and a lot of style, you've also got to have the impact and commitment to go alongside it. And there is a lot of commitment in this run. Unfortunately, just leaving 2 got a bit too deep there and had to struggle to kind of had to fight to get back into 3, but manages to make it work. And as you can see here, just a lot of momentum, just almost tagging the wall there, but manages to pull back out just in time. So he saves the car. doing a good job leaving 4. And as he comes around into 5, this is the big slow transition with not too much angle that I was on about. Perfect into 5 and sets him up perfectly there at the end. And as you can see there, we have the modal flags across the grandstands. One of our amazing sponsors, and we do have the modal start line as well. So if you end up going to one of our rounds in person, make sure to go and check out our sponsors all around. They have got displays, and without them, this would be a very hard thing to pull. And every competition needs a good set of sponsors, and we are so lucky that we have the amazing partners we have. As you can see there, plenty of things going on. As we have Tobias's first run coming in, and it is a 0, so potentially coming from out of 2 and almost going off track is going to be where he got punished. So he still has the second run though, but we have Lucas Wilczak now in that E46 M3. Crazy man to be actually using an M3 for drifting. But here we go, 800 horsepower, number 303 from Poland. As we have Lucas now coming in with lots of speed. Big initiation there, lovely stuff as he comes around into 2. Has to kind of check up there to make sure he doesn't make the same mistake as what Tobias did, but does a lovely job of making it work. It comes around into outside zone 4, doing a lovely, lovely job coming around nice and deep, keeping it there. Oh, but a bit of an early transition and does miss 5 because of that. So he will have to make an improvement there, going from 4 to 5 in his second run. But does a nice job going into outside zone 1. But as you can see, it is quite shallow in the mid-track. You want to be kind of inside almost, setting up for the transition going wide. But as you can see there, coming into outside zone 4, does a lovely job of getting in there, utilising that decel, balancing the car on that outside line. Does pull in towards the middle of out zone 4, but manages to keep it wide. But it's right here, it starts the transition up way too early, which then obviously puts him too shallow. So that is a point where he will have to improve, but besides that, a really, really good run. Look at these drone shots, cinematic. We love to see it. As we get a really, really good look at our layout. What a track, and what a day it is. Just looking into the chat, I got Simon Sandman, a fellow sim competitor, chanting for me. Hello Simon, how are you? But we have Lucas now with a 76 in 7th position, so definitely got some room to improve, but a good first run regardless. As we now have this gorgeous GT86, or is it a BRC? I'm not too sure. With Matus Fial in that, yeah, so it is a GT86. So look at Matus Fial in that really, really nice red GT86. Oh, a bit of a interesting initiation there, a bit of a wavery one, but manages to make it work going into outside zone 2. Big transition now into 3. That thing is gripped up, as you can see. He's trying to fight the car to get it to where it needs to be, but struggling to get it into 4. But manages to finish off in 4 quite nicely there, and just missing 5. And this is the thing, like in that interview earlier, he was saying it is very gripped up, and it is starting to show a lot in these runs. And I think it's a lot grippier than what people were expecting, but obviously as we go through the day, there will be more grip added, as we do have obviously the rubber getting laying down on the track. But not doing a bad job. It's just coming through here into 4, gets a bit caught up, and this is where it does shallow out, and unfortunately that will be a deduction, as they don't want to see inconsistent zone control. They want to see you nice and deep, consistent throughout the entire zone. And obviously the setup for 5 wasn't the greatest, which unfortunately these things do happen, and when you misjudge the grip, it does punish you. We'll have to see what score he gets going into this for his first run. Mind you, he does have a second run, And I cannot stress that enough. There's always 2 runs. So if you don't do the best on you first, use that as a lot of drivers will use that as a gauging point to see the conditions, and also see how the car is feeling, as well as Mistrzosta VL getting a 57.5 on his first run, so it puts him in 17th. So not a bad spot to be, but also at the same time it can change very quickly, as we have jourdźnik in that E46 coupe, 860 horsepower. So we'll have to see what jourdźnik does with this as he comes around now, firing it into outside zone 1. Ooh, just almost getting a bit too shallow there, a bit too gripped up, but manages to make it work. Lovely into 3, transitioning now into 4. Lovely control. Nice going into there, jourdźnik doing a good job in outside zone 4 so far. Coming around now and transitioning into 5. Lovely speed and commitment. Great first run there from the Czech driver. So as you can see here, going into out 1 on the initiation, gets a lot of angle, and the car does try to grip up and pulls it inside, which is not a bad thing, but it's all about the setup and how you react to it. So it leaves out of 2 a bit shallow, but manages to make it work into out 3. Coming around into 4, good entry into 4. Obviously could have been a bit more inside, like deeper into that, but manages to make it work very nicely, nice and smooth. Coming around outside zone 4 as he comes around into last transition, and this is the transition you want to be doing, getting into 5. It's the perfect setup, and he does a really good job there, leaving 4 to 5. And obviously we've got the Czech fans putting in the flags into the chat. So wherever you're from, put your flags into the chat. Let's see where you're all from. 70.5 though for jourdźnik on his first run, putting him in 12th. So very good job there. But yeah, let's see in the comments on YouTube. Let's see where you're all from. Where are you tuning in from? As we now have Michael. Oh God, I can't. Pronunciations is awful for me today. We have Michael Reichardt in that E36, coming in for his first run. But here we go, initiating in. Listen to that thing scream. Lots of angle, almost has to check up there, going into 2. That could punish his score as we see him go to outside zone 3. Lots of speed, lots of commitment, going into out of 4 now. Lovely stuff. Keeping it nice and smooth into out of 4, leaving and doing a nice transition into 5. Another Czech driver going hard into his first run. That is a very, very nice sounding car. Very nice. But as you can see here, lots of angle being put on there on the transition between 1 and 2. Manages to make it work, but of course could check up a chase driver. So we'll have to see what they say about that. So we have everyone putting their flags into the comments. It's good to see everyone supporting their drivers from their national countries. As you can see here, just lovely around outside zone 4. Makes it work very nicely, and does a really good transition between 4 and 5, and that's what we want to be seeing. So Michael Reichardt doing a good job there, representing the Czech Republic in that gorgeous E36. As you can see there, once again, our Speed Games demo arena, where you can go and have passenger rides. So if you want to experience some drifting while you're at our events, you can. It's good to see people putting score predictions into the chat. Ooh. So 74 there for Michael Reichardt, putting him in 10th position. So good first run. Of course, there are places to improve, but he did a really, really good job for his first run, and that is a score on the board. That's all that matters. So now he's got a chance in his second run to get where he needs to be. But now we have Carolina in that Rocket Bunny S15 with 900 horsepower. The golden girl of DMP coming through now into outside zone 1. Doing a nice job so far. Nice and smooth into out of 2. Transition now into 3. Ooh, just getting a bit deep there, but manages to make it work. Going around into 4. Carolina doing a great job as she comes around. Nice and wide, big angle coming around, and then transitions now into 5. I don't know why I said 6. Good first run there from Carolina. Really cool livery on that car as well. I love the pink mixed with the black. I have a soft spot for pink. I don't know why. But as you can see here, in her first run with the T-Mobile branding on the side. Doing a really good job. Is that a French Bulldog on the side of her car as well? Oh, I love that. Awesome, awesome stuff. Just getting a bit too deep though into 3. But manages to bring it around into 4 quite nice and smooth. Could have been a bit deeper in the start of 4. But we'll have to see as she comes around. Keeping it nice and deep in that middle of outside zone 4. Getting deep as well towards the end. And a nice big transition going towards 5. Definitely some room for improvement. But we'll have to see what the judges score so she can base it off of that as well. Because I'm not a judge. I can't do their job. So I wouldn't be able to. It's a big responsibility, and these judges have to make sure every call they make is the right one. And this is why we have the best of the best on our judging panel. As we just wait for Carolina's first score. Track is looking very gripped up though, as Carolina has a 69.5, putting her in 15th position. I just realised she's got a 69 for her driver number as well. Wicked. Good first run there for Carolina. As we have Greg Merilu from Estonia. I really hope I'm saying that correct. With 970 horsepower behind that E92. And this is probably one of the nicest BMWs I've seen in a long time. Full carbon Kevlar E92 Pro car. Awesome looking car as he does a big flick initiation going into outer 1. Lovely amount of angle coming into 2. Look at that big angle going into 2, right on the outside line as well as into 3. What's he got into outside zone 4? Whoa, big angle coming into outer 4. Absolutely pinpoint coming through as he transitions now into 5. What a run. Wow. Great, hats off to you, my good sir. That was, whew, that was spicy. Lovely angle and deep into 1, but look at this big angle going into 2, keeping it nice and deep perfectly through there, and does the exact same going into 3. This is probably the strongest run we've seen so far. As he comes around now, look at the angle he pulls going into 4 and keeps it wide perfectly on that outside line. That is exactly what the judges want to see, and that is exactly why these guys are in pro. This is what we want. What a first run. The only thing I can say he could do better is honestly just a bit deeper in outside zone 5, but the Estonian coming through hard into his first run. We'll have to see what the judges think of that. Wow. I have no words for that. That was awesome looking car, and it definitely drove as good as it looked. And Greg doing an amazing job. What a driver. But we'll have to see what the judges think of that one. As we have the Estonian fans coming in, same winning run. We'll have to see. I definitely think this is going to be a big one. 95 for Greg Merilu in first place. What a first run. That is his first run. And he's still got a second one to go. So, honestly, what a first run. That is insane. Wow. So 95 there, top qualifier so far from Greg Merilu, as we now have the Slovakian driver Samuel I'm not going to attempt that last name because I will butcher it so bad, but he's in that E92 with a big initiation now coming in towards outer 2, doing a great job. I've just seen Drift Chat in the chat as he comes around to outer 3, doing a great job. Lovely stuff going into 4. This is what we want to see. The drivers are now catching on how they need to enter into 4, and this is what we want to see coming into 5. Lovely stuff as they come across the line. What a first run. And it's good to see now that since Greg Merilu's run, it seems like people are going to start catching on how to get onto outer 4. could have been a bit deeper there going into out of 2, but does a really good job coming through the course and regardless, and obviously kept a bit too deep for too long, and it did end up being a bit shallow on out of 3. But does a very good run into out of 4 here. Perfect, just like Greg did just previously. This is what we want to see. The E92s are coming in strong so far today in these runs, and obviously perfect transition going into 5. Lovely stuff there from the Slovakian driver. So we'll have to see what that scores. Obviously, there are a couple of points where it needs improvement, but look at this, the car show here. But what does Samuel get? An 89, putting him in 2nd position. So amazing driving there, and still got 2nd run to go. But look at that, the car show is looking absolutely insane. You've got some gorgeous cars there. I can see a Mustang on the left with some Lurfers on the back window, but we now have Pavel Hudek. Oh, I'm so sorry to all the Czech fans. I can't do these names. I'm awful at it. But Pavel in that 350Z full carbon, 800 horsepower, crazy looking car, as well as a crazy driver. Nice flick initiation there. Oh, just coming in a bit shallow on out of zone 1, but manages to get it around perfectly into 2. As you can hear, the wastegate just constantly going off as he comes off throttle. Whoa, getting deep there towards 4, but manages to pull it back in. Doing a nice job of keeping it deep in 4 as it comes around now into 5. Perfect there in the transition to 5. Good first run there from Pavel. Unfortunately, not the best start to the run. Obviously, as you can see here, just almost missing out of zone 1. Just needs to float it a bit deeper, and it does set him up well, though, for out of 2. As we come around now into 3, and it's the transition between 3 and 4. This is where it gets important. Obviously, a bit too deep there, potentially 2 wheels off, but does a good job of bringing it back in and finishes up the run strong. I appreciate the comments. I appreciate all of you making me feel a bit better about my awful pronunciations. What can I say? I'm only an Englishman. This is it's not the easiest thing to do, that is for sure, but we'll have to see what Pavel gets in his first run. Oh, look at that Lexus RC. I'm pretty sure that's I can't remember what the name of those are, but they are beautiful cars. You've got the Chaser there. I think that's a Mark II Chaser. As Pavel gets a 72 on his first run, so putting him in 14th position. Czech drivers are coming in big and hard today, as it looks like we've got some more cars coming into the show. Yeah, if you're over there, make sure you go and have a look at the car show. And I've just seen that that is Marco Zaccaril's spotter in Driftmasters as well, so that's really cool. So we have Christoph's Jofwak. Oh my god, I am off. So we got Chris in that awesome M2 BMW. Big transition there, loading that car up on angle in the transitions, but just manages to miss outside zone 3, but does a good job of bringing it around into 4. Doing a great job coming around now into 5, finishing up the run strong. Plenty of grip, plenty of speed. Chris doing a great job there in his first run. Obviously just having a bit of an issue with the grip. Manages to make it work though. As you can see, look at the angle he gets going into the transition between 1 and 2. Loads the car up, and look at the way it squats at the back. That's how you know it's going to get big angle throughout the entire thing, but just manages to miss outside zone 3. But awesome work there from Chris, doing amazing work through outside zone 4. I've just seen a comment saying, will the car show be on tomorrow? Also, yes, it is on throughout the entire weekend. So if you want to check out everything, make sure and go and have a look. But a good job there from Chris, doing the best he can with the grip he's got. It is not easy with this amount of heat and grip. It's pushing the cars to the limits, as well as the drivers, as you got to think it's going to be very hot in those cars. So their bodies are going to be absolutely drenched after the first runs. So they're going to make the most of the time between both runs to cool off, as we have Chris now with a 74, which puts him in 13th position, so doing a really good job there. Obviously, you've got a second run to utilise, so we'll have to see what he does with that. As we move on to our next set of runs in qualifying, as we continue down the list. Just getting a look at one of the previous qualifying runs in that M4. Just a little highlight reel of what's been going on so far. So I've just got some information. They're just repainting the track just so the drivers can see and the judges can see where they need to be. So we're just getting a little highlight reel of what's been going on so far in the runs, and what has been insane so far. But as you can see, that all these drivers are just doing some crazy stuff. So qualifying wise, just in the comment, is there a way to see who will be coming up next or the lineup for qualifying? So the way it works with qualifying is, now that round one is over, it's going to be running in the reverse of, so whoever's first in point standing goes last, and then it goes all, so the person who is currently the lowest in the point standings will go first. So Kuba Kroll will be, or Jakob Kroll will be going last in qualifying, and it basically works from reverse order of the point standing. So best thing to do is go and check out on our website the current point standing and just go based off of the reverse of that, and that's how the qualifying will be running for the rest of the season. So whatever points have been made from this round will also affect how qualifying.
Fabian Doroziński jest z nami, cześć.
Siemka, siemka.
Słuchaj, no powiedz, jak te Katowice, bo tu wszystkich o to podpytujemy, jak ta trasa?
Generalnie jest lepsza niż w tamtym roku, bardziej mi siedzi, chociaż no nie jest najlepsza trasa w całym sezonie, ale jest okej. Myślałem, że będzie gorzej, a jest nawet fajnie, jak zmienili ją teraz.
Jak bardzo trzeba uważać, bo z jednej strony wydaje się ona tak po nitce patrząc bardzo lajtowa, ale z drugiej strony te bandy, które są tuż obok zon w skali 1-10, jak bardzo musicie uważać jako kierowcy?
No tak 8 bym powiedział, bo mega ostre są zakręty też i bandy są bardzo blisko, no i no trzeba uważać, trzeba.
Trzymamy kciuki, tu pozostaje zasada, że jeździmy na limicie, bo inaczej tu się chyba nie da, co?
No nie da, trzeba wjechać na całej bombie od razu już.
Fabian Doroziński, wielkie dzięki, trzymamy kciuki.
Dziękuję bardzo.
So just another interview there with one of our drivers, just talking about the conditions and just generally a bit of information. If any of you are Polish national speakers or know how to speak Polish, you'll understand better than me. But generally, from what I got through that, is that they're just talking about how the things are with the cars in the way they drive on this layout as well. But it is good to get an opinion of the drivers on how things are going and how excited they are to be competing in DMP2025, because we are back, baby, and we are at round 2 at Katowice, and it has been crazy so far. Plenty of action in qualifying, lots of people rubbing their rear lights on the walls, almost taking their cars out, but a lot of close calls, and it has been really, really good so far. Look at this, the Shelby's, the Shelby Cobra, oh well, not a Cobra, the Mustang style Shelby's, gorgeous looking cars around in the show car paddock with that Corvette with the big wing as well. It's just wow, stunning cars on display. So if you want to go and have a look at the venue, make sure you go and head over, check out all of these cars that are on display, and we get to have a look ourselves. Look at this, doing a car edit on the broadcast. Look at the wheels on that Corvette, that is stunning. That is just textbook modified Corvette right there, and I'm quite jealous. I would love to have a car like that. crazy looking wing. We have got a nice selection of Corvettes as well. And I think this is a full club as well. The VIP gang, their cars on display. Look at that. Cameraman's having a great time right now. He's enjoying himself. I mean, why wouldn't you be? You're at DMP. It's round 2. There's a car show at every single one. From what I know, we have a car show alongside every single event. And there's plenty to see and do. As you can see there, we do have some equipment from our sponsors in the background there as well. Some of the forklifts, the lifters, some couple of cool bits of equipment, and we do utilize them as well to create the tracks as well. So if you have ever seen footage of us setting up, you'll see a lot of their forklifts and all their different machines assisting in the setup. And I do think there's a basketball hoop on one of them at the back there, which is really cool. Look at the interior of these cars though, just proper spec cars. As we have our next driver up at the line, we have Kevin Robber in that E36, which is really nice, very Jap spec for an E36. As we now have him getting ready to send it down the line, as you can see, Kuba Pashonsky there in the back. So here we go. Kevin sending a big flick initiation into the start. Big transition going into 2, manages to keep it in nice and wide. Look at the style, look at the commitment and the speed from Kevin here in that E36, but comes around into 4. Lovely stuff so far with the 360 camera on the back of that car, getting the footage that we all want to see as he comes around into 5. What a first run. Plenty of commitment, plenty of style, plenty of speed. Kevin, hats off to you. What a first run. So going into the replay now, we have lovely initiation as he sets it up perfectly for 2. Just maybe dropping half a tyre there, but manages to set it up nicely for 3. Could have been a bit deeper there though, as he comes around now into 4. Plenty of speed, and that car is screaming off the limiter throughout this entire run as well. As it comes around outside zone 4, keeps it nice and deep, nice and smooth as well. That is what the judges want to see, is smooth, consistent angle and control as he comes through 5 as well. What a first run there for Kevin. That is what we want to see. So we'll have to see what the judges think to that. As I think Cooper Pashonsky was in the burnout box, just seeing if his car was in the correct state, just testing things. As we await our score for Kevin there. As you can see, Toolmex have their truck along the start line, and they're one of our amazing sponsors who provide a lot of equipment to help us set up our track, like I was explaining earlier. They are one of our key partners in all of this, and just want to personally say thank you to them for being the amazing partner that they are. As Kevin Robles' first score is a 93, putting him at 2nd position. What a first run, and he still has a 2nd one to go. So amazing driving there from Kevin Robel. But now we have this gorgeous Mercedes 190E from Tomas Magna. And let's see what he can do. The Hungarian in this crazy car, and it's good to see Mercedes being used a lot more. I've seen you've got Timu Black Smoke Racing utilizing Mercedes as well as Tim Heidrich. And there's multiple drivers now driving Mercedes chassis. Tomas now coming in for his first run. Big flick initiation into 1. Lovely stuff there. Nice and smooth as he comes around into outside zone 2. Lovely stuff. Plenty of speed. Nice bit of angle. Could have been a bit deeper there onto 3. Can he get into 4? Oh, just a bit shallow there, but manages to get it back in nice and deep as he comes around towards the exit of 4. Transitioning now into 5. Oh, just missing it there. As you can see, that car is gripped up. So as we move now into the replay, lovely in out zone 1, manages to make that work beautifully. Transitioning into 2, makes that work very nicely. Good consistent angle, but just manages to shallow a bit into 3, and this is kind of where the domino effect comes back once again. So he shallows up into 4, but manages to get it nice and deep towards the midsection, making sure to fill out that zone as much as he can as he transitions into 5. And obviously with that angle, it does pull him shallow of 5 once again, but we'll have to see what the judges think of that. So a 76 there for Tomas Magna. So that will put him at 11th place. So good first run there. And this is a man we did have a interview with earlier, Victor Anderson, who was talking about how much grip there was on the track. So we'll have to see if he's got himself ready and set up for said grip. But 650 horsepower, one of the lower horsepower cars from Sweden. So here we go. As Victor now initiates in. Nice big flick initiation. Perfect through 1. Transitions into 2. Lovely through 2. The Swedish man's doing a great job through 3. Transitioning now around into 4. Nice and wide there. And almost dropping the tyre, but manages to keep it nice and wide. Looking really strong so far as he comes around. Victor Anderson doing a gorgeous run there for his first run. Put your hands together for Victor Anderson, everyone. Really, really good first run there from the Swedish driver. As you can see there, sets up the transition perfectly for outside zone 2. Very, very smooth and consistent throughout this entire course. Once again, proving that horsepower isn't everything. And the setup between 3 and 4 is just absolutely stunning. As you can see there, keeping it nice and wide, but can he keep it there, or does he shallow up at any point? Doesn't look like it. He's keeping it nice and deep throughout the entire zone. There you go. Starting to pull into the middle, but keeps it deep towards there. And does that nice, big, slow transition. Keeping the angle not too much and gets around 5 perfectly. Amazing run there from Victor Anderson in his first run. And obviously in his during his interview, he was mentioning how much grip there was in the track. So it's good to see that he is reacting to it in the right way and making the most of what he's learned. And going with a 90.5 going into 3rd position for his first run. So now we're starting to see the bigger scores coming through. Amazing work there from Victor. So he is going to be very happy with that. But once again, he does have room to improve. But now we have Dominic Kerr in that crazy Opel GT. Very unique car, very unique chassis. This is the only person I've seen really drifting one of these in competition. Or in general, to be honest. I don't really see Opel GTs at all. Dominic Kerr now getting ready to set off. And here we go, 780 horsepower being utilised in that Opel. Could have been a bit deeper down out of zone 1, but managed just to get into out of zone 2 very nicely. Whoa! Big flick there. But it does unsettle the car completely, and I don't think that was what he was ready for. The clutch kick transition definitely bit him there, but manages to fill out 4 and get around into 5. Whew. Squeaky bum moment there, going from 2 to 3. So let's have a look at our drone cam footage. Bit shallow going into 1, but manages to make it work going into 2. But as you can see here, it looks like as he gets onto angle, he just clutch kicks a bit too hard and it snaps way too hard going through 3, and he does miss 3 and obviously goes off of track here to try and get back into 4. And it was a good reaction though, and Dominic doing what he can to not wreck the car, and obviously good reaction times there, being able to adjust to what's just happened. And unfortunately, it could be a 0 potentially for that big mistake, because it could class as unchaseable. As obviously the judges are going to be basing this off of a chase driver being behind, and it will be a 0 for his first run, Dominic Kerr. So we are almost 32 drivers in, which means we will start seeing a drop zone. But look at this. This is a crazy looking car. Zolt Homan in that crazy looking S13 with the graffiti style from Hungary. 613 horsepower. Almost gives me a vibe of Daigo Saito's Driftmaster's car with the graffiti style. But that thing is screaming as he comes into that initiation. Lovely through outside zone 1. Big transition into 2. Lovely filling it out perfectly there as he comes around into outside zone 3. Perfect through outside zone 3 as well. coming around. Whoa! Almost getting into the wall, but manages to make it work. Flirting with danger as he comes around outside zone 4. As he now transitions into 5. Lovely stuff there from Zolt. Whoa. Very, very close to the wall there. But as we look back now, perfect through outside zone 1. Doing a great job controlling the car with plenty of speed. Outside zone 2 looking also really, really good as he transitions around into 3. Really strong run. It's just coming into here. Lots of momentum. Just gets a bit too deep, but just manages to kiss the wall just the slightest. As you can see, the back bumper just a little bit of a drag there on there, but manages to make it work. This Hungarian driver is hungry to get the top qualifying spot. And you can see it in his driving. And makes it work very nicely there as he comes across the line. Definitely a crazy first run there. As you can see, some of the most beautiful cars waiting at the start line in the pits. So we're just waiting on our first score for him. Some iconic cars on this grid though. And look at Kuba Proshonsky's truck, it's just gorgeous. But Zolt Homan getting an 81, putting him in 8th position, so this man is going to be wanting a bigger score in the second run. So Spot will be telling him what to do for the next one. But now we have Martin, I'm going to say that's Martin Neyman in that F22. But here we go, F22 BMW. Big initiation, dropping tyres on outside zone 1. It goes around into out 2, nice and smooth. Going around to 3, lovely stuff so far. Lots of aggression in his driving. As he comes around now to out of 4, doing a nice job, keeping it nice and smooth around out of 4, transitioning now into 5. Lovely stuff coming through and across the line. So just dropping tyres there at the start. So I'm not too sure what the judges are going to think of that, but obviously it will be a deduction, but manages to bring it back around for the rest of the run. As you can see there, could have been a bit deeper going into outside zone 3, but manages to make it work. Transitioning into 4, lovely entry into outside zone 4. This is what you want to see. As there is a little bit of a waver there, as you can see in the front wheels, just a bit of an adjustment in the angle. Just to make sure that he keeps it deep, but not too deep. Does a very nice job coming across the line. As you can see there, the painted, new painted surface is getting on the tyres as well. So this is one way of making white wall tyres, I guess. As we await his first score, as you can see there, the pit's looking gorgeous with plenty of gazebos. I want to know how much money there is in just gazebos alone in this pit setup, to be honest. It's really... I'm a bit weird like that. I like to know how much pit setups cost. I love the logistical side of drifting. Seeing really fancy pits. And because it's another one of those. It's as a driver, you want to sell yourself to sponsors and to the fans, and part of that is how you look. But Martin Neyman getting a 82 on his first run, so good job there. In 6th place. Definitely got some room to improve though. But like I was saying, as a driver, you want to sell yourself and have a good image, which includes the presentation of your car, your driver suit, your helmet, and obviously your pits as well. It all comes together in one big package. And if you've got all of the above, you're sorted. But we have Maciek in that S13. Oh, maybe a bit of a hesitation on the initiation there, going for the straight line. Not too sure what's going on there. Kind of sounds like it's kind of struggling around the track right now as he goes around into outside zone 4. There you go. There's the power that we wanted to see, and he comes across the line. Maybe he's just having a couple of issues at the start of the run, but manages to make it work. As you can see here, he just initiates very last second, and it's the question of, did he initiate over the initiation line, or did he do it in time? So I've just been told this is a backup car. So having issues with the main car, unfortunately. And this is clear, obviously, not if you're competing in the car that's not your main car, it's not the most comfortable experience. So you have to adjust very quickly. And it does make things a lot harder. So knowing that, it's definitely a big ask of a driver to try and do well in a car that's not his main competition car. But he does a good job of managing to get that car around. Makes the most of what he can. So I've just seen on as well that he hasn't had any practice with this car as well, which gets a 64.5. So makes the most of the situation, that is for sure. But this run would have been used as a test run, really. And yeah, really nice work there. Making the most of what he could. But we'll have to see what he does with the second one. Now that he's felt out the car for the first time and kind of got a rough estimate on what it's going to do, you can go into the next one a lot harder. We've got Bartosz Stolaski in that gorgeous, once again, Rocket Bunny S15 with 950 horsepower. Crazy livery. Let's see what he can do with his first run. As the lights go green, launches that car down the main straight. Nice controlled initiation there. FMIC EU on the side of that car. Big transition going into out of 3. Lovely stuff so far. Great line driving. Very smooth, consistent. Could have been a bit deeper going into outside zone 4 though. But manages to bring it deeper as he exits out of 4. Nice into out of 5. Great line driving there. But it's just a question of, is the rest, like the style, the impact and angle all there? And I'd say definitely is showing a lot of style in his own way through the control that he has. But as you can see, going into 3, lovely line. Coming through in towards 4. Just not being able to get deep enough at the start, but manages to get the car to float back and fill out of 4 nicely. But doing a great job there as he transitions around into 5. Lovely stuff there for his first run. But we'll have to see what the judges say. Because once again, I'm just a commentator. I'm not a judge. I'm not qualified to make decisions like that. So they've got the eagle eyes. They know what they're doing. As Bartosz gets a 87 for his first run. So good first run, putting himself in 5th place to start with. And it looks like this S13's definitely seen better days as Peter Utasi from Hungary gets ready for his first run. That yeah, it seems like he's got the front bumper off, maybe to get some more air in, or potentially maybe had an incident in practice, I'm not too sure, but big initiation there from Peter. Oh, pushing too hard in and hits the wall. That is unfortunate. That is... I just hope he's okay. I hope the car's okay. Hopefully. Oh yeah, you can see the car crab walking there a bit, so potentially took out a bit of his alignment. It looks like here just got stuck on the lock stops and couldn't get out of it. Oh, and obviously his wheels were turned in as he hit the wall, so potentially he could have taken out. He's probably knocked his alignment. That is very unlucky, and obviously that will be a 0 for his first run. I'm hoping that's not done too much damage. So hopefully he can get that fixed in time for his second run. Unfortunately, that is drifting though. These things do happen. But a very, very impressive initiation that was. Wise fab things doing wise fab things, I guess. And just a bit too much angle, got stuck on lock stops and just couldn't pull it out. But now we have Mads Andersen from Denmark in that M3 Eurofighter. Gorgeous looking car. And look at that, the helmet painted to match with the livery. Crazy, crazy looking car. As we have Mads now getting ready for his second run. First run. I don't know where the second run came from. Oh, the heat's getting to me. As we have Mads now initiating in. Big E92 Eurofighter, so you can utilize the weight of the car to float around the track, which you can clearly see he's doing. Lovely through the first 3 outer zones, but as he comes around into outer 4, what can he do with it? Lovely coming around into outer 4, keeping it nice and wide and smooth, the smoke bellowing out of the back of the car, and he comes around to outer 5. Lovely first run there for Mads Andresen. Pretty bang on, if I do say so myself. But as you can see there, maybe leaving outside zone 1 a bit early there, going from deep to shallow, but that's me being critical. It's me being very critical, but does a lovely job from 2 to 3. So now we have him going through outer 4, just being relayed some information. But some amazing driving there from Mads Andresen. Coming across the line, that is a solid first run. As we just await on his score. Solid driving from all of these drivers so far. Mads Andresen getting a 95! The Denmark driver going into second place. Wow. The E92s are taking the top spot so far. Amazing stuff, but we do have another amazing driver, Victor Vedmark, in this crazy S14 900 horsepower. It's a very pretty car, that is to say the least, with those 59 North wheels on it. So we just got a start line marshal, making sure that he is ready to go. Victor coming in this season with a brilliant looking car. And he was saying in round 1 how much he is excited to be here at DMP, and is a crazy competition. But look at this crazy initiation going into outer 2. Look at the speed from Victor Vermark as he comes around the track into outer 3. This thing is gripped up. It has so much speed. Big flick into outer 4, but it does bite him as he tries to go around outside zone 4, manages to recover it, and he comes around to 5. That is a lot of speed, a lot of snappiness. That car is very nimble. Wow. Victor, crazy first run. As you can see here, perfect through outside zone 1. He has all of the maneuverability in that car that he needs. So we have an amazing run there from Mr. Vermark in his first run. As you can see, utilizing all of the chassis grip and the snappiness. Doing an amazing job there. So we'll see what he gets for his first score. As we just wait on that. Crazy set of runs happening. And these are only the first ones. So as you can see, we just have someone in the burnout box. One of our next driver in the burnout box, just getting his car ready for his first run. As we just wait on the first score for Victor Vermark with an 80.5. So good, solid first run, putting himself at 12. Great place to be. So we'll have to see what he does with his second run. But the track is looking great. The drivers are loving life. As we have Peter in that 1,000 horsepower. That's an S15? There's no way. That can't be an S15. That is crazy. Sorry, I am just outstanding. I'm confused by this car. That is a crazy conversion if that is an S15, but 1,000 horsepower behind that power plant in there. That can't be an S15. I'm sorry, but look at this, coming around now. Doing a good job going into outer 3. Coming around into outer 4 now. Doing a solid job on the line. Plenty of speed, plenty of commitment as he transitions now into 5. Across the line. Could I just get a confirmation that that actually is an S15? Because I do not believe that for 1 second. There is no way. So yeah, apparently that is actually an S15. Wow. Okay, I've never seen anything like that. But hey, welcome to DMP, where cars are just... Wow. So... Great run though from Peter here on his first run, keeping it nice and deep through outside zone 4 there, as you can see. Definitely a couple of spots where he was shallow on some zones, like out of 5 here, and just needs a little bit of a cleaning up, getting a bit deeper in a lot of them, and it will reflect better in his score. Got people in the comments saying it's a GT86 chassis. So there's a lot of debate on what chassis it actually is. As you can see there, Peter in the money suit. Oh wait, isn't 77? Okay, so wait, isn't this the man that usually runs the twin turbo S15? Oh, it's a different driver.
Z nami.
Okay.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry.
Jak wspominasz zeszły rok w Kato?
Źle.
Czemu?
W sumie teraz też miałam podobną ilość przyjazdów. Nie, no, w tym roku zrobiłam trochę więcej, ale w zeszłym roku miałam bardzo duże problemy z autem. Ze względu tam na nawierzchnię mi się urywały różne rzeczy i nie dokończyłam ani razu trasy. W tym roku ukańczam. Ale też jestem właśnie po 2 przejazdach treningowych, bo troszeczkę koledzy tutaj, że tak powiem, nie wiem co się działo, bo nie widziałam, ale cały czas laweta jeździła i ściągała kogoś z trasy. Ale te 2 przejazdy były takie poprawne, wiem, że potrzebuję trochę więcej agresji w tym. I jak dorzucę troszeczkę agresji, to myślę, że będzie dobrze.
Ja ci powiem, co się działo. Jak było za dużo agresji, to był albo przodem, albo tyłem, albo bokiem. Także to się działo.
Ale no bo to musi być agresja stonowana, prawda? To nie jest tak, że po prostu jedziemy... Brak mi słów, żeby to nie zabrzmiało źle.
Że jest z jednej strony pełnym piecem, ale z drugiej strony niepełnym piecem.
Trzeba uważać, no tutaj są betony, prawda? Chociaż one i tak są odsunięte, że trzeba się bardzo postarać, żeby w nie uderzyć albo być w bardzo złej linii. Nie wiem, no z drugiej strony co ja się będę wypowiadała o innych? U mnie fajnie.
Dobrze, czekamy na Olę Fijał w kwalifikacjach, zobaczymy jak to będzie wyglądało. Muszę cię jeszcze zapytać o presję, ale nie wynikającą z tego, że tu wiesz, nakładanie na siebie oczekiwań i tak dalej, bo to wiemy, to jest jednak sport, tutaj każdy ma swoje, wiesz, jakieś ambicje, każdy chce jechać jak najlepiej, to jest jasne, no ale jak patrzy się na stawkę, w której jest 50 zawodników i zawodniczek, no a miejsc liczba ograniczona, to dodaje chyba trochę, co?
Właśnie jakoś się nie stresuję tutaj, nie mam presji, nie zrzucam sobie oczekiwań. Na Słomczynie sobie narzuciłam i bardzo się stresowałam. Tutaj po prostu przepracowałam trening. Uważam, że jestem w tym miejscu, w którym powinnam być. Wiem, co ewentualnie dodać do tego przejazdu i mam nadzieję, że to wystarczy, żeby być w top 32. 20 chyba zawodników dzisiaj tam odpada około. Mam nadzieję, że nie będę tym zawodnikiem i że jutro po prostu stanę do rywalizacji w parach.
Ola tak się nie stresuje, że proszę bardzo, nawet paznokcie są zrobione pod auto. Wszystko się zgadza, na wszystko czas był.
Oczywiście, chłopaki polecam, pazy se zróbcie i chillera pełna, prawda? Widzimy się jutro.
Ola Fijał, dzięki wielkie.
Dzięki.
Very interesting interview there with one of our drivers. Showing off the lovely nails, having a great time. Saying she's not got much expectations, not much pressure. She's just feeling good. So it's great to hear that our drivers are enjoying their time here at Katowice. God, my brain stopped working there, but you got Oris now in that crazy looking S chassis, and it looks very gripped up. It manages to get through 2, maybe a bit of a bubble and a waiver there going into 2, but manages to get through 3 nicely. A bit shallow as it comes around now to outer 4, keeps it nice and wide, just almost catching that wall. Manages to make it work, coming around outside of outer 4, and manages to come across to 5, nice and smooth and across the line. Very fast and impactful run there. Obviously Orest doing the best he can going into this round. Lovely line there going through outer 2, but as it comes around outer 3, just maybe shallowing up a bit there, but manages to bring it back to around 4, as you can see here as he enters into 4. Gets in nice and deep there, but almost just tagging the wall, but manages to make it work very nice. And bringing it back around to out of 5, doing a good job there. So we're just waiting on his first score. As you can see there, just in the top, we have our partners, a couple of our partners there, making everything possible. So please go check them out as we await our score for Oris's run. Obviously, plenty of spectators coming around to watch, having a great time, but Oris gets a 79 in his first run, which puts him in 13th position. So we'll have to see what he can do with his second run, as we have this awesome looking BMW at the line now, with Kamil Horeki in the driver's seat. 800 horsepower E82 1 series. Do have a soft spot for these. These seem to be getting popular both in real life and in the simulator for competition. As he comes around now into outer zone 1, doing a nice job. Big transition into 2, keeping it nice and smooth. As you can hear the turbo just stuttering as it goes along, as he comes off throttle, but gets a nice entry into 4. Ooh, very wide there, into 4, coming across now into 5. Could have been a bit deeper there. It comes across the line. Solid first run there. Plenty of points where it was nice and safe, and he's got plenty of opportunity to go harder in the next run. But even then, still wasn't that safe of a run. He did get quite close to that wall, but does a very good job of keeping it where it needs to be. As you can see here, just dropping a tyre there on out of 3. So we'll have to see what the judges score this. But lovely into 4 on the entrance, and manages to keep it nice and fluent. Looks like he did get a bit wide there, but manages to hold it on that outside line. All these drivers are wanting to do the best they can. A little bit shallow into out of 5, but makes it work. So good first run to start with, and a good safe run to put on the board. Ready for top 32 tomorrow. As you can see there, we got the car show at the track, and I do believe that is the merch bus. If you've seen anything, any of the Drift Games vlogs, they went over to those guys HQ and shown off their HQ and their builds. They've got some crazy stuff, and that bus is literally made to be a mobile merch shop, which is really, really cool. I really want to see that in person. As you can see there, the car show with plenty of spectators. Got all the food vendors. It's making me hungry now. Awesome stuff. This venue is amazing, and the spectators seem to be loving it, as well as me. And Kamil Horeki gets a 76.5, putting him in 18th to start with. So good start there for the young driver. Does look quite young. And I do believe this is a virtual Drift Masters driver, Lukas Tezimski. I hope I said that one right. I do believe that was a virtual Drift Masters badge on the front, which means he is a virtual driver that competes in real life. But here we go, Lucas coming in with a big flick initiation, massive entry, coming around now into out of 2. Lovely stuff as he comes around into 3. Looking very solid so far. Lovely entry into 4 though, as that S14 screams coming around into the transition of out zone 5 and across the line. Great first run there. Also, from what I'm hearing, I've just been told that this was one of the commentators from last season of DMP, and now he's decided, you know what, I'm going to step into the drive seat and give this a go myself. So it's great that us commentators do like to drive ourselves. We enjoy the sport just as much as the drivers, and we like to do it. And as you can see here, he is no slouch. He has put on a really solid first run there, doing the commentary team proud. As I can guarantee you, the Polish national commentators are probably going to be going crazy for him. Supporting your boy. But a really good first run there in that S14. And I feel like he's going to be rewarded quite nicely for that run. Proven. Just can see the car show there. Once again, so many different cars. Plenty to see, plenty to do. Oh, so apparently I'm being asked when I'm going to start driving DMP. When I've got money. It is a very expensive sport, and unless someone wants to sort me a car, anyone, I'll put my email somewhere. I don't know where. So if anyone wants to contact me and hook me up with something like a car or something, I would greatly appreciate that. But it would be an honor to drive in a series like this. This is some of the best drivers in Europe going head to head, and it'd be a dream come true to be able to compete with some of these. As you can see there, we have our Polish commentators having a great time. I do believe this is actually one of our drivers as well, having a chat. As Lucas gets a 93.5, putting him in third position. Doing an amazing job there. So previous staff member coming in hard and just showing why he's here. So now we have Alexandria Fial, who had that interview earlier, just showing off her nails, saying, and this is a woman who's calm and collected and ready to go hard. With 750 horsepower behind that engine. Let's see what she can do in that S13 hatch. Nice straight line handbrake initiation, keeping it nice and smooth through one. Bit shallow into two, but manages to make it work. Coming around into three, looking good so far, nice and smooth. Big snappy transitions, maybe a bit too shallow there. Coming into four, but manages to get it deep towards the end. Transitioning now into five, once again a bit shallow. Lots of grip in that car, and definitely some room to improve as she comes around into one. Perfect through one. Nice snappy transitions, showing why S chassis are the king of drift cars, in my personal opinion. I'm an S chassis fan. If anyone wants to get me in a different chassis and try them, be my guest. But as you can see, going into out of four, just struggling to get it in there nice and deep from the start, but manages to bring it around, filling out the rest of outside zone four, doing a great job. And then just a bit too much angle going into five, but manages to make it work. So good first run there from Alexandra. She's got to see what she can do with her second run, as you can see there. Pretty sure this is one of the drivers sat with our commentator in the Polish side. But it's good that they're getting involved, having a good chat. Obviously, we can't hear what they're saying, but it's good to see that the drivers like to be involved in the background as well. Good to get their views and opinions on how the track is, how the cars are. Alexandria Fial getting a 72, which puts her 28th. And of course, she does have a second run, so she has got the opportunity to put herself in a better position with her second run as we now move over back to line with that crazy S14 Fabian Dorinski, Dorodzinski in that 14. So now the lights go green. Fabian sending it down the straight. 850 horsepower S14. Oh, very deep there, going into outside zone 1, but makes it work very nicely into 2 with the clown on the side of it. A bit shallow into 3, but makes it work. Coming around into 4, lots of commitment, lots of pace. Doing a lovely job in outside zone 4 as he comes around now into outside zone 5 and across the line. Solid first run. So as you can see here, going into out 1, it goes very deep, but manages to bring it around into outside zone 2 very nicely. We've got plenty of Hungary fans in the chat, I've just seen. Team Hungary. Love to see it, supporting your national drivers. As he comes around into out 4, does a lovely job, keeping it nice and smooth. Hardly any bobbles, hardly any wavers. Keeping it nice and wide. That is what judges want to see. Because in drifting, in the lead, you want to be nice and smooth, no angle corrections or anything. They want to see you as smooth as you can physically be. And that does show in the score a lot better. But a good first run there from Fabian. As we just wait on the first score. Plenty of stuff going on though. As you can see, the venue is pretty busy, but it will be busier tomorrow for the top 32 and top 16 of semi-pro and pro. If you're just tuning in, and Fabian with an 84.5, so putting it into 8th position, so good start there for Fabian. He's going to be very happy about that. But if you are just tuning in, welcome to the pro qualifying of DMP 2025, round 2 at Katowice. And we have Valery Shevelov in that 1,000 horsepower S13 hatch. Nice and clean, just simple looking car, nothing crazy. Here we go as he fires it down the main straight now. Big initiation into 1. Looking very smooth, big transition there. You see the car just lunge across. Looking very solid so far. This is great line driving as we go around outside zone 4, looking very nice and smooth. Perfect as he exits 4 into 5. Look at that, perfect into 5. What a first run. So as you can see, coming through the transition into 2, looking very nice and consistent. Looking very nice on that line. Looking very, having a very nice drive here. Very good line driver, I'd rather say. Could have been a bit deeper though at the start of outside zone 4, but manages to keep it nice and wide towards the end. And this is what you want to see here again, nice and deep on the outside line from the start of when you transition across to outside zone 5. Sets you up perfectly for the last outer zone. Good first run there. And we are getting into our last set of drivers now for their first runs. As Valery Shevelov gets in the 86.5, putting him in 8th position for his first run. So good start there for Valery. But now we have Matusz Suski in that crazy A90 Supra, running 1,000 horsepower. As we now send him down the main straight, the only GR Supra on the grid. But here we go, big initiation there from Suski, looking nice and consistent and smooth, but obviously could be deeper in these zones so far. The car seems to be very gripped up. Big handbrake drag going into outside zone 4. Definitely not the strongest run that Suski's done so far this season, but so far so good. And across the line, definitely needs to be a bit deeper in some of these zones. So coming around, as you can see, just going into 2. loses a lot of proximity into that outside line, and that's where it kind of falls apart on the line, but manages to bring it back and gets the run back together. So it's looking pretty, definitely not the strongest run for Suzuki here, but obviously testing out grip levels. There's been quite a bit of time since practice, so in that situation, these guys at the last section of qualifying, at the last runs, kind of have to get a gauge of how the track is. So these first runs for them are essential, and they've got to figure out where they're going to be on the track. But 80.5 for Maciej Suzuki, put him in 16th. Like I was saying, these are the first runs, so they're trying to gauge what kind of grip there is on the track, and it's a lot harder for them at this top end of qualifying for their first runs. But now we have Nasser Alabali looking very hype, looking very excited. Obviously, again, knocked out last round towards the final and semi-final due to mechanical issues with his brakes. But 1,000+ horsepower, big horsepower F13. To see what he could do as he was our top qualifier last round, with lots of style, lots of flair, maybe dropping the tire there into out of 3. Going into out of 4, looking very solid as he comes around now into out of 5. All of the aggression, all of the anger. Crazy driver. Nasser is wanting to do better this round. I know he wants to be in the show and get to that top spot, as last round he had an issue with his brakes and that did knock him out as he couldn't finish them in time, which was a very sad end to his round 1. But he's here now in round 2. Once he's thirsty, he wants it, and obviously coming from the Middle East to compete in Europe is a big step ahead, as he did with Drift Masters last season as well. And this man is he's a hungry man. He wants to do a lot this round. Doing a good first run, of course, definitely not his best. But now, here we go. The man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Kuba Puszonski coming up to line, but Nasser getting an 87, which puts him at 8th. So a good first score there for Nasser. He knows he can do better. But we have the man himself, Jakub Puszonski, at the line, 900 horsepower in that GR86. Red Bull driver. But the question is, in this round, will the Red Bull give him wings? We will see. Here we go. As we wait for the start line to go green, here we go. Jakub Puszonski coming in to the initiation. Lots of speed, lots of consistency between this talented driver. Look at this, going very deep into out of 2. Lovely into out of 3. Can he get into out of 4 nice and deep? Yes, he can. Big angle coming around. Showing off that SRL line. Was rear spoiler as well. Lovely into out of 5 and across the line. Jakub is just a man possessed, and of course he's just such a talented driver, and there's I love watching him drive. He did very well in Drift Masters in Ireland as well, so he's aiming to do well here at round 2 as well of DMP 2025. As you can see, like, it's just so smooth, showing off why he's here, why he's at the top level. He is just something else, and as you can see here, transitioning from 4 to 5, doing exactly what he needs to do, and across the line. What a first run, and we'll have to see what the judges think to that, as I know that's not exactly what Jakub would have wanted. I know that he is definitely, I definitely know he's got a stronger run in him than that. But we'll have to see. This was his safe run. And it's a 91.5, which puts him in 5th position. It is mental to think 5th position is a 91.5 these days. But that is the standard of drifting these days. It gets higher and higher every season. And it is getting a lot more intense. But now we have Mikolaj in that crazy S15 with 800 horsepower. So now we're going to see what he can do as the lights go green. Here we go, big flick initiation in that S chassis. Looking nice through 1. Big flick into 2, making it work very nicely there, filling it out perfectly, as well as 3, as he does a big transition now over to 4, keeping the throttle down. Really, really nice consistency here. Lots of throttle control, a lot of line control as well as he comes across 5. Could have been a bit deeper there. But really, really nice work there from this crazy, crazy driver. So as you can see, going into outer 1, doing a really good job. Filling out outer 2 perfectly as well. As he transitions over into 3, looking crazy good. And this car, like, S chassis with big wings, are always going to have a... I'm a big fan. As you can see here, doing a really, really nice job. Coming through out of 4, keeping it nice and wide, lovely smooth angle as well, no crazy corrections. And coming across the 5, just a bit shallow there, so he's got a bit of improvement to make from this first run. But we'll have to see what the judges think, as I am not one. As you can see there, we've got Speed Games Arena, where I think they're just having a little bit of a chill out, as they've been doing a lot of runs today so far. But now Mikolaj gets a 91.5, going into 6th position. So big score there for Mikolaj, putting himself into the top 10 qualifiers. But now we have our points leader of DMP 2025 so far, our winner at round 1. Jakob Kroll, who is a man possessed. He wants to take it this season in that S14-9. He is a man that is very talented, so we'll have to see what he can do with his first run, representing FMIAC EU. So here we go. Your round 1 winner, Jakob Kroll, initiating into outer zone 1, doing a nice job there. Could have been a bit deeper though. Getting perfect into outside zone 2 though, as he comes around into the transition for 3. Lovely filling outer clip 3 very nicely there. Could have been a bit deeper going into outer 4. Manages to come around and gets a nice bit of angle going out of 4 and through to 5. Good first run there from Jakob Kroll. So going into run 1 for Jakob Kroll. Nice deep into 1 there. Gets 2 perfectly. Nice transition coming into 3. This man is definitely wanting to go a lot harder into his second run. I know that for sure. He's going to be looking at this run and thinking, yeah, no, I've got more in me. But as you can see here, filling out zone 4, lovely. As he transitions now nice and wide into 5. Could have been a bit deeper there, but definitely making the most of his first run, his safe run. So we'll have to see what he does with the second run later on. And that is our last qualifying run for the first set of runs. We are going to be taking a quick break for about 30 to 40 minutes, just so we can get a grip of things. 90.5 though for Jakob Kroll, putting him in 8th position. I know he's going to want to do better than that. But good first set of runs. As you can see, the spectators are going to be let into the paddock to check things out. But on our end, we're going to have a quick break. And we will see you soon. We will be back. As you can see, the qualifying standings there. This is our current top qualifying, with Greg Merleau with a 95, Mads Andersen with a 95, Lucas with a 93.5, Kevin Robbel with a 93, Jakub Paszonski with a 91.5. They're our top 5 drivers for qualifying. It has been insane so far. Consistent scores. All of these drivers in Pro have been absolutely sending it. And as you can see there, there is going to be a lot of amazing battles moving into the top 32, but they still have another set of runs for all of them, so we'll have to see what they can do with their second runs, because it could completely change the qualifying standings. So we will have to see. As you can see there, plenty of amazing drivers having some difficult times, to be fair. The grip is crazy today, and it's starting to show. As you can see there, here it is our cut-off for the top 32, which is Christoph in 32nd with the 74. So unfortunately, everyone outside of that, unfortunately, is going to be, if they can't get above that, it'll be game over for them. So this is currently our top 32 drivers. Obviously, all of these drivers still get a chance in their second run. So we'll have to see how they do with their second run, and then that will depict our top 32 bracket for tomorrow. We already have our semi-pro class sorted, so we're gonna have a quick break, and then we will be back shortly. So go and grab a drink, grab some food, and we'll have a quick interview, and we'll see you shortly.
No, tak jak zapowiadaliśmy, ludzie pisali, ludzie się domagali, ludzie dostali. Na transmisji proszone było Łukasza Tasiemskiego. Łukasz Tasiemski, bardzo proszę.
Siemano wariaciki.
Słuchaj, no te Katowice co, oddają, nie?
A co oddają?
No patrzyłem na te przejazdy wczoraj twoje, no ale po tym co pokazałeś w tej pierwszym przejeździe kwalifikacyjnym, no czujesz się tutaj chyba bardzo dobrze, co?
Nie no, mega trasa, naprawdę fajna publiczność, dużo osób tutaj przybyło. Bardzo fajnie, że mamy tutaj wylany cały asfalt, jest nitka toru w asfalcie, nie ma żadnych różnic na wierzchni, jest bardzo przede wszystkim techniczny tor, który ja też bardzo lubię. No fajna zaliczka punktowa na pierwszym przejeździe, 93,5 punktu, chyba teraz miejsce trzecie patrzyliśmy. No i co, w drugim przejeździe postaramy się powalczyć o jeszcze wyższe miejsce, mam nadzieję, że uda się wygrać i słuchajcie, oglądajcie, bo w zonę numer 4 na rondo postaram się mega agresywnie wejść i albo wejdzie, albo skończę jak mój tutaj kolega stoi obok, Maciej Jarkiewicz. Zobaczymy, co będzie się działo.
No, rozmawialiśmy z Olą Fijał o tym, że trochę trzeba tutaj zachować balansu i że pójście pełnym piecem tutaj może skończyć się dramatycznie. Czujesz, że masz ten balans taki już wyczuty na tym torze?
Wiesz co, pozwolę sobie zaryzykować i po pierwszym przejeździe mamy za dużą zaliczkę, także w drugim albo wejdzie, albo nie, a jak wejdzie, no to będzie grubo, ponieważ no, chcę powalczyć tutaj o najwyższe cele.
No jak mówi legendarny komentator Mateusz Borek, najważniejsze, żeby nie pomylić odwagi z odważnikiem.
Dokładnie tak, no trasa jest wymagająca, są betony przede wszystkim, jest mały margines błędu, ponieważ sędziowie na briefingu mówili, że mamy metr między linią krawędzi toru, a betonami one niestety nic nie wybaczają, ale no takie jest piękno tego motorsportu, po to jest adrenalina, ryzyko i nie oszukujmy, każdy tutaj siedzi na trybunach i czeka na to widowisko, które się rozpocznie podczas drugich przejazdów kwalifikacyjnych.
Drugie przejazdy kwalifikacyjne przed nami. W tym momencie wszystkich tych, którzy są tutaj z nami w Katowicach, zapraszamy do pitów. Tam już widzę, chyba czekają na ciebie, to musimy lecieć, co?
Jest parę osób, także mamy tutaj fajne gadżeciki od moich sponsorów. Pozdrawiam Kepsa, Q8 oraz wszystkich moich partnerów, także wbijajcie po fotę, gadżety, razem się bawmy i pielęgnujmy tą motoryzację, która powoli, delikatnie umiera w naszej nowej społeczności, tych młodych ludziach, dlatego je zarażajmy i bardzo się cieszę, gdy widzę tutaj małych smyrków, które tutaj biegają po parku maszyn, pytają się, ile auto ma koni, co to jest za marka, także zaszczepmy motoryzację w ich krwi od najmłodszych lat.
Zaszczepiamy, no i co? Słyszymy się podczas transmisji z drugich przyjazdów w klasie Pro. Łukasz Tasiemski był moim gościem. Dzięki wielkie.
Dzięki wariaci, trzymajcie się.
So there you have it. There's a nice little interview there with Lucas, and there is the rest of our schedule. So we will be back at 4:30 which is in an hour, just under an hour's time, just so we can get a bit of a break, and we'll see you then. Welcome everyone back to the pro qualifying session of round 2 here at Katowice at DMP 2025, the Polish Drift Championship. We are back. My name is Brandon Carter, and we had an insane first set of runs in the pro category, and it has been absolutely mental. As you can see now, we've got our Polish commentators, absolute legends, and we're having a great time. We hope you have all enjoyed the first set of runs, including semi-pro. But we're going to be moving on to our second half of the qualifying with the pro class. You can see we've got our 2025 season. We're currently at Katowice, and one of the coolest venues ever at the airstrip. So we're going to be moving on to our second half of qualifying. So here you have it, the top 10 drivers of pro qualifying. We've got Greg Merrilew with a 95, Matt Adrianson with a 95, Lucas with the 93.5, Kevin Robble with the 93, Jakub Przonski with the 91.5, as well as Mikolaj in 6th with the same score, Victor Anderson with the 90.5, Jakub Kroll with the 90.5, Samuel with the 80, and then yeah, it's just been absolutely mental. We got the judges here doing an amazing job today, as well as the entire weekend. They have not got an easy job, so a big thank you to them for making these things possible. Look at them, absolutely handsome chaps. So we are just about to get ready to send our drivers for their second runs, so we can get them locked into the top 32 for tomorrow's action.
Sorry, but I don't hear you, but we can say something about the qualification, how it was till the moment. Like, we had some ups and some downs from many drivers. We were expecting from some drivers that they will show us a little bit more, but then we had drivers we were not expecting from what we saw during the practice that they will be that good. And for second part of the qualification, we are quite eager to see that if those who did not have that good score will be able to make it way better, and if those who are on the top of the qualification at this moment will be able to step up the game.
And there you have it. There's our head judge, David Klaus, giving us a nice little bit of insight to how the first runs were. So we're just going to get our first drivers ready, and let's get them set up for the second half of pro qualifying. As you can see, the track is looking crazy. The paddock is full. The vibes are good. This is what it's about. Welcome to DMP 2025 round 2. Pro qualifying. Let's go, shall we? I'm ready to see some craziness. As you can see there, we're just getting ready. Make sure everyone's in the place that they need to be, as we do set them up in groups. And here we go. Here's our current start list for the qualifying. So we are going to be sending all of these drivers with all of the talent behind them into the initiation, and we're going to be getting their second runs down. Obviously, first set of qualifying runs, like our head judge David Klaus was saying, a lot of drivers who we weren't expecting to step up stepped up, and a lot of drivers that we were expecting to do well weren't doing as well as they thought. So it's a bit of a shake-up this round so far in qualifying, so we'll have to see how it continues going into the second half. As you can see there, we've got a lot of drivers on the grid this time, and it's just going to get bigger and bigger every time, I think. But as you can see there, we've got Katowice in the background. Beautiful city. And if you're planning to be there for the top 32 action tomorrow, make sure to go and check out everything around our venue, because there is plenty to see and do. We've got a car show, we've got stalls, we've got everything you want to see, and it's great for the family as well. But we're about to get the action started and underway. We hope you all enjoyed the first half of qualifying. And I want to see in the chat everyone supporting their favourite drivers. But let's get underway, shall we? We've now got number 93, Michał, in that E46 from Czech, from the Czech Republic. Really cool looking livery, 850 horsepower. Here we go with the 55 on his first run, so we'll have to see what he can do as he sends it now down through the chicane, down the main straight. Big flick initiation, a little bit shallow on out of one, but manages to just miss out of two as well. Seems to be struggling to get the car to where it needs to be as he comes around now in towards 4. Once again, just missing outside zone 4, struggling to get the car to be in the places it needs to be, but manages just to get into outside zone 5. Will that be an improvement over his first run? That is the question. As you can see here, going through his second run, just not being able to get the car onto the line it should be. And that is definitely not what he wanted to be doing. But obviously, it was a decent break between the two runs, so you've got to shake yourself off. And unfortunately, I think it caught him out a little bit. But he really did try, really did try to get his car where it needed to be. But really good effort from Michał. Got someone in the chat saying Christian Helenson's my dad. Nice. Well, make sure you say hi to me for me. So we're just waiting on the first score to come through. As you can see there, the paddock is absolutely stacked full of trailers, gazebos, and the pits are looking mighty fine. As you can see there, someone's got a giant RV trailer that they're living in while they're at the pits. And it's really interesting seeing how all of these different people kind of set themselves up. And as you can see there, for Michał, it is an improvement, but unfortunately it does not push him into the top 32. So that will be the end of his weekend, unfortunately. This is where it gets intense. Obviously, with a 60.5, good improvement, just unfortunately not enough. Well, we've got Oliski Holovnia now in this 900 horsepower Scion FRS with an 84.5 to start with, so we'll have to see what he can do with his second run as this Ukrainian driver sends it out the chicane nice and fast. Plenty of power behind that FRS with a lot of big transitions going on here. Very snappy car, very nimble. Not quite where he needs to be going in towards 4, but manages to make it work. Coming around outside zone 4 now, doing a good job. Lots of smoke coming out the back of that car as he transitions now into outside zone 5. Very nice driving there from Holovnia. Big snappy transitions though. This FRS is definitely moving. Could have been a bit deeper going into 2. And as you can see here, as he comes through, just snaps a bit too much and then starts pulling the car inside and then sets up a bit of a strange line, but manages to make it work. Gets the car to float out outside zone 4. Very nice. And as he comes through, keeps it nice and deep, and that's what the judges want to see throughout the entirety of zone 4, keeping on that outside line closer to the wall. And a nice transition to 5 there, keeping it nice and deep, consistent and smooth. Very good driving there. So hopefully we could see potentially an improvement, but we'll have to see as the judges are going to be keeping an eye out. And it is not an improvement. It drops by half a point, unfortunately, so he will be staying where he is. But now, oh no, this name, I've got to get better at this one. So with a 77 to start with, can he get an improvement? Number 16, in another FRS. Big initiation there into outside zone 1, doing a lovely drop into 2, but dropping tyres off of the line there. Oh, it just spins and over-rotates. Just over-committing into that transition. And unfortunately, that will be a 0. And these things do happen. And he isn't going to be the happiest about that. So as you can see, going into the initiation, perfect on outside 1. Coming around into 2, nice big transition. But just starts dropping a wheel and then just tries to overcorrect and to get onto angle, and it just doesn't work out. Unfortunately, that is drifting, ladies and gentlemen. It is just... It's not the easiest. But sat in 24th with a 77, still got a chance into the top 32. So we'll have to see how they fare later in today. So we've got Dariusz Fabisiak now in with an 81 in that S14. So is there any room to improve? Yes, there is. So we'll have to see if he does. As he now sends it down the main straight. Is he going to do the same initiation? Yes, he will. Nice clutch kick and handbrake initiation to get it going. Nice so far. Maybe it could have been a bit deeper into outside zone 3, but transitions now into 4. Nice consistent, but almost straightens out there, going through halfway through zone 4, which is very unlucky, and it might hurt his score, but we'll have to see, as he did almost completely check up. As you can see here, little handbrake dab on the initiation, nice and fast, nice and consistent as well. Going into out of 2, could have been a bit deeper, but as he came around to 3, you can see the shallowness kind of just once again doesn't set you up correctly for the next zone, and you have to be on the ball when it comes to the line. And as you can see there, he just struggled to keep the car under almost, it's like it almost fell out the power band, and just lost all of its drift almost. It's like he had to clutch kick it again to get it back up and going. Just seeing in the chat that one of our moderators has posted the live quali results into the chat, so if you want to go and follow that link, you can keep up to date with everything as it happens, whether you be at the track or at home, so that you can see how the results are coming through. But Dariusz Fabisiak, of course, does not improve with a 74.5, but stays in 17th position. So still got a very, very good chance of being in the main show. But now we have Christian in that E82 with a 0 to start with, so we'll have to see what he can do. At this point, it's all or nothing. This is his one chance to get into the top show. Into the top 32. Nice into 1. Could have been a bit deeper once again. Nice into 2. Much better line so far than what his previous one was. So as he comes into 4 now, this is looking like a big improvement. As he comes around outside zone 4, keeping it nice and wide. Lovely stuff there. Maybe just dropping the tyre there, coming across into 5. And that should put points on the board. So we'll have to see how many points. But considering he got 0 in the first run, this is a massive improvement. So you'll be very happy to get points on the board. But now it's just a question of, is it enough to move on into the top 32? As you can see, doing a very nice job going into outside zone 4. Keeping it nice and wide, big and smooth. But as he starts getting towards the end of outside zone 4, does drop a little bit there. So hopefully he doesn't get deducted too big for that. And then just gets into outside zone 5 and across the line. It's gonna be a rough one. It's definitely getting there. I was having a chat with a friend of mine who is spotting for one of the drivers, and he was mentioning that the conditions are a bit strange in the sense of the grip levels, but we'll have to see. So it's an 80 for Christian with a so that puts him in 21st. So he if it stays like that, he is in the show. So a very good job there from Christian. So got Jacket. Oh god, Jacek? Oh, Jack, just Jack. Okay, so we got a 60.5 for Jack in that BMW. Big initiation there, coming around with a lot of speed, a lot of commitment. Big angle there, but almost has to completely straighten out. And unfortunately, I could potentially see a 0, but he manages to get the run back to life, and he's going to try his hardest to get points on the board. I think he just overcommitted a bit too much going into out of 3. So as you can see here, going through out of 1, does a good job. Nice transition into 2, could have been a bit deeper there, but it's here going into 3, snaps it to big angle. A bit too much of a clutch kick there, and unfortunately all 4 wheels out of the track limits, so it could potentially be a 0. And obviously struggling to get into out of 4 at all. With Def just wasn't the run that Jack was looking for, and unfortunately that is just how it is sometimes in this sport. So as we just wait for our judges to drop a score, it is going to be a 0, and unfortunately with the 60.5, that's going to put him in 46th, which will not see him into the top 32 tomorrow. So unfortunately Jack will be packing up today. Hopefully he'll stay for the show and support his friends. But we move now on to Chris, to a 71 in that S15. Can he improve? We will see. As he does a nice flick initiation in, just a bit shallow on outside zone 1. Comes around into 2. Is struggling a bit here. It looks like the conditions have changed quite a bit between the first qualifying session and now, as these drivers seem to be struggling a lot with how the cars are reacting. As he comes around now into outside zone 5, manages to get across the line and finish the run on a strong note. So let's have a look. So just coming into outside zone 1, just unfortunately kind of just touching it and leaving almost straight away. Manages to fill out of zone 2 nicely, but gets a lot of angle here and really manages to pull that off. That's quite impressive, to be fair, with how much angle he was on before. And then brings it back around for 4. Obviously a bit shallow at the start of it, but manages to bring it back to the middle line. And he is scoring points there. That is the main thing as he comes around for the last transition. Not a bad run, to say the least, especially with how these cars are fighting them. And manages to finish strong through out zone 5. So that will be scores on the board. But the question is it an improvement? As you can see there, there's the Speed Games Arena for all of our demos. And you can do passenger rides, I do believe, potentially. It's a good bit of fun. So if you want to experience some drifting, go and have a look. If you're planning to go to any of our other events, we are running speed games throughout the entirety of the season alongside the competition, but it is not, unfortunately for Chris, an improvement with a 63.5, which leaves him in 37th, which is once again another driver unfortunately not seeing top 32 action tomorrow. But now we have Tim Hydrit at the start line with a 66.5, and he has to improve if he wants to make it into tomorrow's main show. So here we go, Tim Hydrit with that V12 Mercedes, big flick initiation there, lovely through outside zone 1, just dropping the wheel there through out of 2, big transition through 3, looking really good so far though. Big angle, ooh, just a bit of a waver as he comes into 4. Has to make a correction, but he manages to pick it back up and keep the run going as he comes around into out of 5, but just seems to fall off the power band. And unfortunately, that was before the finish line potentially, so that could be a 0. It all comes down to that last section, I think. Obviously, as you can see, he does drop a tyre, which is a deduction, but it's now, I think the bigger problem is when he gets towards 5. As you can see here, he just slightly over angles and does not have the momentum to carry that through. And he just struggles to get it back into 4, manages to do so in the last quarter of the outside zone 4. But it's here where it gets interesting. As he transitions across, you can see the smoke just doesn't appear and the car just doesn't have anything in it. And that begs the question of, was that a mechanical issue? Did the car have a problem? Or was it just driver mistake? We'll have to see as we get a score in, and it is a 54. Unfortunately, Tim Hydrick will not be in battles tomorrow, but he did a really good job in qualifying today, put in a lot of effort and put everything he could in. So hopefully we'll see him next round bigger and better, as we have probably one of the craziest sounding BMWs with the craziest supercharger, Jan in that E36 GTR with a 78 to start with, so will he be able to improve upon his first score? We will see as it screams down the main straight. Not too bad through outside zone 1, could have been deeper. Not very consistent in his angle control, or should I say his flow more than anything. There was a moment of twitchiness going into 3, but he manages to keep it going as he comes around now into 5. Good job there from Jan. Just a bit of a weird checkup going in towards 3. Because as you can see here, trying to go into 1, just touching a tyre into it. And unfortunately, that's not really what the judges want to see. They want to see you fulfilling these zones as much as you can for as long as you can. And as you come around, you can see there's a bit of a little bit of a waver. It was a bit smoother as he came around, but then just coming into out of 4, just missing the start of it. Manages to float back into it, has to do a couple of corrections, try to pull the car around. And of course, I'm very critical with the way I look at these things, because this is the pro class. Like this is the best of the best, and we all know that the judges are going to be super critical on just fluidity and cleanliness of your run as well. But Jan doing a very good job there, but unfortunately not improving with a 75, but in 23rd so far. So he is in the show as long as he stays in that area. So now we have Peter Stanchak with a 76 in that E82 1 Series. 725 horsepower behind that engine, pushing it out to the rear wheels. So let's see what he can do in his second run. Nice initiation there, a lot of control. Nice transition into 2, fulfilling it. And then into 3, just dropping the tyre outside of out of 3. But just not quite the entry into 4 he was hoping for. A bit shallow to start with, but manages to get it back and float it deep as he comes around out into 5. Just a bit shallow once again, maybe just touching the tyre into that zone. Definitely not what he was looking to be doing, let's be honest. But as you can see here, going into 1, very good start to the run. Transitions nice and deep going in towards 2, but as it gets around, you can see here, transitions into 3 and the car floats wide and just drops half a tyre. So hopefully the judges aren't too harsh on that. And then just here, not being able to get into out of 4 just in time, manages to get there to start fulfilling it. And look at how much smoke is coming out of the back of that car. That is absolutely mental. But as he comes around into 5, definitely not his strongest run that he could have done, but it's definitely scores on the board. That is all that matters. Hopefully, might see an improvement, might not. We'll have to see what the judges think of that. As you can see, we've got the Red Bull little like shade covers for our staff, as being media and marshals. Standing out in the heat all day can be very intense. So big shout out to all of our camera crew, our media, our marshals. It is not an easy one. So Peter getting a 76, so actually staying in the same place, not making any improvements. but not doing any worse. So he's staying in 28th, so we'll have to see if that changes at all going further on. But now we have Marek in that amazing PS13, and that Max Racing PS13 is just unreal. But we'll have to see what he can do, as he has a 73.5 in his first run, so can he improve? Here we go, nice initiation into outside zone 1, could have been deeper. Bit of a check up there going in towards 2. Big transition going towards out 3, could have been deeper into outside zone 3 as well. But once again, dialing on the angle, it just pulls away from that zone. And unfortunately, it just doesn't work out for him as much as I hope he thought he would. Very, very good driver, just unfortunately, looks like he's just gripping up a little bit too much. As you can see here, coming through in 2-3. Decent clip proximity, but just not as deep as he could be. And here he just dials on a lot of angle, and it points the car all the way in and pulls it shallow. But manages to get the car back into 4, and then just coming through. It's another issue of a lot of drivers just over angling with the grip conditions, as a lot of these cars will be dialed in for a lot of forward bite. As you can see there, we've got our crowd in the grandstand giving us a wave. They're having a great time. They're enjoying their day. Without the spectators, without the viewers, without any of you, it wouldn't be the same. So Marek getting a 77 in this run, so it is an improvement to his previous run, which puts him in 25th. So that's put him in a pretty decent spot for top 32. But we've still got quite a few drivers to go through. So we've got Matthias Drizin from Hungary with a 76 so far. So we'll have to see what he can do with that 700 horsepower E46. So here we go, screaming off the line. Going into outer 1, not a bad job so far into outer 1. Nice proximity into 2. Little bit shallow on 3, but could have been deeper, but not too bad at all. Oh, just pulling outside zone 4 as he comes around. He manages to get it back in and deep as he now transitions to 5. Not too shabby at all. Definitely not the best run he could have done, but he definitely tried his hardest, that is for sure. I mean, I can't really talk. I'd be struggling out there if that was me, so they're doing way better than what I would ever do. As you can see here, coming into 4, that car just gets all of the grip and starts to pull out. And he starts to manage to let the car wash out a bit as he gets back onto the throttle. But just in that moment, he allowed the car just allowed itself to grip up and pull inwards with the bit of forward bite. It does a good job of bringing it back around. So with a 75.5, there is no improvement there, but stays in 30th position, representing Hungary. So not a bad job there. So we'll have to see what happens later on. So now we have Christian I can't do my English, sorry. Christian Erlendsson with a 68 in that Subaru BRZ. So we'll have to see what the Swedish man can do for us in this second run. 1,038 horsepower, lots of power, lots of potential. Does slightly miss outside zone 1 and does drop on 2. Big clutch kick transition into 3. Manages to fill that nicely as he comes around to outside zone 4. Doing a good job, but just a bit wavery in the proximity of the clip, but does a good job coming across 5. That car has a lot of speed in it. So going back onto the initiation, as you can see, just struggling to get the car to go deep into that first zone, but as he comes through zone 2, does drop a tyre, manages to bring it back in just in time for the transition across 2-3. Does enter it a bit shallow, but manages to fill it out decently as he goes through in towards 4. And as you can see here, just the grip starts to take the car, but he manages to keep it in outside zone 4 quite nicely. Lots of angle as he comes towards the exit of outside zone 4. Does a really nice job there with a big transition across and filling out outside zone 5 really nicely there. And plenty of speed and commitment, so it was a good run overall from Erlandson. Can see in the chat someone going, "Dad." We love to see it. People, drivers out there with their family supporting them. That's what it's all about. So Christian Erlandson getting an 82.5, which puts him into 15th position. So a lovely bit of progression there from his first run. That is what we want to see. And now we have Joachim Wagard in that M4. And this thing is just a boat, and I love it. It's so long, so wide. It's an aggressive looking car, but with the 78 to start with, we're now going to have to see what he can do with the second one. With a big initiation going in towards 2 now. Oh, over-angling. He managed to save it somehow. I don't know how he managed that. But it comes around into 4 now with lots of speed. This man is crazy. That is just mental how he managed to save that. He comes across the line and finishes up his run, but I am baffled on how he was able to just hold that. So as he comes through into 2 here, you can see the car just starts to load onto the suspension and starts to over-rotate, but he manages to catch it and bring it back. But it's the question of, is that unchaseable to the judges? That is the $1 million question in this run, and he has to fight a lot to get it back to where it needs to be. But this car is very fast in its own respect, so it manages to get around the track quite nicely for the rest of the run. As he pulls it around the transition to 4, from 4 to 5. Does a good job at finishing off the run. So it is unfortunately a 0 there. So that is not going to be the best way to finish qualifying. That is for sure, as the judges deem that unchaseable.
Mężczyźni różu się nie boją. Mario jest z nami. Cześć Mario.
Cześć, witam bardzo pięknie, wszystkich serdecznie.
Słuchaj, no opowiadaj co z autem, bo co rundę po prostu serca biją mocniej i trzymamy kciuki i czy coś się wydarzyło?
No mam nadzieję, że już odczarowaliśmy samochód po rundzie rok temu, bo tu nam silnik eksplodował wtedy. Treningi przejechaliśmy bardzo dobre, z małą jakąś tam korektą, małym problemem, gdzie chłopacy to szybko wychwycili, naprawiliśmy wczoraj wieczorem, także dzisiaj już były przejazdy dobre. Także no jesteśmy optymistyczni nastawienia, przede wszystkim pogoda, miejsce, mam nadzieję, że ludzie, także wszystko super.
No te Katowice magiczne, ten tor też w tym roku dowieziony, no chyba ta trasa naprawdę bardzo wymagająca z jednej strony, a z drugiej strony bardzo fajna, no bo to jednak lotnisko.
Absolutnie tak, trasa jest perfekcyjna, bardzo wymagająca, tak powiedziałeś, no widzieliśmy też po skutkach ubocznych, czyli wypadkach. Natomiast Karolina jest bardzo zachwycona trasą, jeździła się, myślę, że czuje się dobrze, także zrobimy wszystko, żeby zachwycić i siebie, przede wszystkim ludzi, bo po to tu jesteśmy.
Powiedz mi, czy jest jakaś część tego samochodu, której ty nie znasz?
Wszystkie znam części samochodu, może nie dokładnie, dogłębnie, bo do tego są nasi inżynierowie, ale znam ten samochód, uwielbiam go, myślę o nim całe noce, nawet nieraz więcej niż o Karolinie, także...
To jeszcze w ramach ciekawostki, jaką część najczęściej się w tym aucie wymienia?
Paliwo. Paliwo i opony oczywiście, natomiast muszę wam powiedzieć bardzo fajną rzecz. Nie ma z nami Karoliny i nie uwierzycie dlaczego. Dlatego, że po treningu pojechała do fryzjera do centrum Katowic. Przyjechał fan, który ma duży zakład fryzjerski, zaprosił Karolinę i pojechali zrobić włosy. Także żeby pięknie wyglądać do kwalifikacji, Karolina jest właśnie u fryzjera.
No to z Karoliną jeszcze porozmawiamy. Mario był z nami, wielkie dzięki.
Bardzo dziękuję i trzymajcie kciuki nie tylko za Karolinę, za wszystkich, bo warto. Oni tu przyjechali, żeby zrobić wielkie show dla was.
So, just a couple of words there from one of the pit crew for one of our drivers. As we do have our next driver on the start line. Awesome looking car, Lucas Sarada in that amazing E92. Put on a very good first run and unfortunately just made a mistake which cost him quite a few points, but he had a 69.5. So can he redeem himself? Number 999 in that E92. Big flick initiation. Lovely stuff to start with. Comes around into outside zone 2. Perfect through 2. Transitioning now around into 3. Looking absolutely on point so far, but just manages to get into outside zone 4 as he comes around now. Exiting 4, lovely and deep, transitioning in towards 5. Lots of speed, lots of commitment, lots of angle. That is lovely, and we want to see more of that. So as you can see here on our drone replay, lovely initiation in outside zone 1. Big transition coming around into 2. And that is not exactly a small car to maneuver. So it is crazy seeing how nimble these E92s can be. But as it came round to 4, just struggled to get the car to float back into where it wanted to be. But managed just to do a good recovery around into the rest of 4. And as he came back around and out, finishes the run strong. So very, very good second run there. So for Lucas's second run, an 88.5, putting him at 10th position. So the Czech Republic driver doing an amazing second run and bringing him much closer to that top 32 bracket. He is probably most likely going to see action tomorrow. I'd be shocked if he didn't. But massive, massive congratulations to him and his team. So now we have Arthur in that insane GT86 with an 81.5. So let's see if he can make any improvements. Big clutch kick initiation. You can hear it just slam onto the clutch. Coming around to 2, into 3, looking nice and smooth so far. Keeping it nice and smooth through 4. Could have been a bit deeper from the start, but manages to get it around. Shallows out as he leaves 4, but manages to get into 5 nice and fast. Very, very fast run there. So let's have a look. So good initiation. Obviously the GT86 chassis just being mentally nimble and fast. As you can see, as Arthur flies around the track, and it's just here going into out 4, gets in nicely, both wheels in, could be a bit deeper, but manages to hold it and keep it nice and deep towards the second half onwards. As he comes through, does shallow out towards the end, which could hurt his line a bit, but manages to get into 5 nice and smooth with a lot of speed, might I add. So a very nice job there from Arthur. So now we're just waiting on his second score. So Artur Havilenko gets an 82.5, so 1 point higher than his previous run, keeping him in 16th. So good job there from Artur. But now we have Tobias in that crazy looking E92. I really want to know how much that livery cost. But he is on a 0 on run 1. So he's got a lot to do to improve. So we'll have to see what he does as he fires it down the main straight. Throwing it into the initiation through zone 1. It was a bit shallow, but manages to get into 2 nice and deep. 108 kilometers an hour initiation speed. Looking quite nice into zone 4. Keeping it nice and wide. You can hear the limiter just bashing and bashing and bashing as he comes across outside zone 5 and across the line. Big improvement from his previous run. So it could have been a bit deeper going into 1. That seems to be a common trend between a lot of the drivers so far. Fills out zone 2 really nicely, but does come a bit shallow onto 3, as you can see there. And then has to kind of shallow the angle to then get the right trajectory to go into out of 4. But manages to make it work As you can see, he's right on that outside line, right where the judges want him. Doing a very, very good job there, working with what he had. And hopefully this will see him into the show. So Tobias going into 22nd with an 80.5. So lovely stuff there, putting himself into the show. And now we have Lucas Wilczek with a 76 in that E46. The Black Crown Solutions E46. So you can hear him just kind of making it pop and bang on the start line, but as we have him now just fly into the first outside zone 1, doing a good job, dropping just about half a tyre into out 2. Big angle going into 3, has to transition early as his line wasn't quite there with too much angle going on 3, but manages to pull it around 4 decently well as he now transitions across into 5, just almost missing outside zone 5. So definitely not the most ideal run for him, but does a good job of working with what he had in the moment. As you can see here, just a little bit too much angle, and it kind of pulls him inward to where he did not want to be. Does a very good job though at bringing it back around to the outside of outer 4. Just with the smoke pouring out towards the crowd, and then getting across to 5 and across the line. So we'll have to see what the judges think of that one. The weather just absolutely gleaming here at Katowice. And as you can see, you've got all the camera crew working very hard. I think my favourite camera perspective so far has got to be the giant moving arm. Looks awesome. Such a good perspective. Obviously, all the crew here, DMP, doing an amazing job. But with Lucas getting a 65, unfortunately, that won't see him into the show. And this is where his weekend will finish. So now we move on to Maciej Fial with a 57.5. So there's a lot of work to be done here to improve if he wants to see top 32 action tomorrow. So here we go, sending that GTA 6 down the main straight. Big handbrake initiation there. Oh, just not being where he needed to be for 2. Just floated a bit too deep for too long. And he is fighting the car right now to keep it going as he gets around into outside zone 4. Coming around now towards the last section of 4. Transitioning across into 5. Yeah, he's definitely trying to... That car's trying to fight him. And he's trying to fight back, and unfortunately it just didn't work out. As you can see here, it's just floating out too deep for too long, which then put him transitioning as he got to 2. And that is just not what we want to see. And without if you don't get the line correct on this layout, it's just not going to work. As you can see here, he has to try and pull the car around and say, look buddy, you're going where I tell you to go. And the car's just not having any of it. It's like in Japan with the slogan for the MX-5, like the philosophy of the MX-5, Jinbe Atai, which is one with horse and rider. And clearly that he just didn't have that in him with that run, but we'll have to see what the judges think. So Maciej Fial does not improve with a 54.5, and unfortunately that will be the end of his weekend. Hopefully he can come back next round bigger and stronger. Whereas now we have Zednek from the Czech Republic in that E46 coupe with some gorgeous 59 North wheels, I think they are. So here we go. Shedneck going once again into the initiation. Big flick, lovely, filling out outside zone 1. Oh, just dropping onto 2 though, and has to try and recover into 3. Lovely stuff through 3 as he comes around now into 4. Utilising the decel, lovely angle going into 4. Could have been a bit deeper coming around, but does a good job of keeping the run together and does just miss 5. But a lot of commitment was in that run, and Shedneck did a really good job. So as you can see here, coming through into out of 2, just getting a bit too deep there, and it doesn't really work out in the way he wanted to, but manages to get the car to float out into 3 perfectly and recover for the next zone, which of course is the biggest, which is outside zone 4. Lovely and back, lovely angle. Could have been a bit deeper at the start, but manages to get it back and float the car around to the nice outside line that we've been wanting to see. Unfortunately, just over angled and just couldn't get the car to go into outside zone 5. So we'll have to see if that reflects much in the score. And he does get a better score, which is 75, but unfortunately he is out of the top 32, which is very unlucky. But hopefully we'll see him next round bigger and better. So we have Michael, I think. God. Michael Rahert. Michael. In with his second run. Coming around now with that crazy E36. Looking very nice though, coming through outside zone 3. Pulling it around into out 4. Just a bit too much angle, which pulls it out of the zone. As he comes around now into 5. Screaming at the top of its lungs. Good second run, just unfortunately a couple of small areas of mistakes. As you can see here, transitioning across into 2. Look at that, perfect through 2. As he comes around into 3, manages to get that bang on. And this is where the mistakes really happened, and he just slightly over rotates, puts on a bit too much angle, and just the car pulls out of the zone. A really good effort and a good run from Michael here, putting on a good show for everyone and representing the Czech Republic perfectly. What a talented driver. All of these guys in pro are just they are something else. So Michael with a 75.5, so it is an improvement, but unfortunately it is not going to be into the top 32, and this is where the runs really start kind of bringing everything together. And now we have Carolina on the line with a 69.5. Can she improve? Can she get into the top 32? That V8 absolutely screaming. She comes into outside zone 1, doing a very nice job so far. Transitioning into 2, good line. Coming into 3, but goes too deep and drops 2 tyres off of the track. Coming around now into 4 though, manages to get back into it, get the rhythm back, get nice and deep as she comes around into 5. Just gets into there and across the line. So Carolina doing a good job coming through these first couple of zones. As you can see, a lot of angle here coming up towards out of 3, which then sets her up to wash wide. But does a really good job of managing that and bringing the car back to where it roughly needs to be to set up for 4. And that's a very quick split second decision to make that. So a lot of adjusting having to be done there, but really good talent from Carolina to get it where it needed to be. As she comes around into 5, could have been a bit deeper there, but a really good recovery. So as you can see, we got a couple of the cars gridded up, ready to go. As Carolina gets a 73, and unfortunately Carolina will not be seeing top 32 action this weekend, but a really good job from Carolina there, putting on a best show she can give. But we have our top qualifier, Greg Merrilew, with a 95 in that E92. Crazy car with that HGK carbon Kevlar kit. Can he improve his first score? That is the question. Big initiation now. Not as deep as he was last time into outside zone 1. Definitely not as good as his first run, I'd say. Drops tires into 3. Comes around now. Whoa! Big, just almost tagging the wall. Greg Merrilew, you are one crazy man as you come around across 5 and across the line. Going a little bit too hard there, my friend. And finishes it off with a 360. So you can see here, just coming through out 1, could have been a bit deeper there, but manages to get set up for 2 nicely here. Once again, not as deep as he was last time, but this is nitpicking at this point, and obviously does drop a tire onto 3 and almost washes way too wide and just skims the back bumper of that E92 onto the wall and just gets away with it. And then has to pull it back out again and manages to make it work. Very nice job there from Greg. Finishing it off with that 3. Having a great time. Oh, he didn't even finish the 360. That makes me sad. He's having a good time now. So Greg Merrilew with an 80 for his second run. So he's still in that top qualifying position with that 95. So really good job there from Greg. So now we have Samuel in that E92 with an 89 on the board. So a good score so far from the Slovakian driver. So let's see what he can do with his second run. Another E92 coming in strong. Big initiation there going into 1. Big transition coming into 2, but comes up a bit short. Now transitioning into 3. Gets 3 perfectly as he comes around now into 4. Could have been a bit deeper there at the start, but manages to keep it going nicely as he comes and exits 4. Nice and deep. Transitions into 5 and gets across the line very nicely there. Very nice from Samuel. Definitely could have been improved on. Definitely was a couple of moments where it wasn't as good as his first. But then there were moments where he was stronger in other parts of the track. So it's kind of balancing itself out. As you can see, going very deep there. Does drop 1 wheel, but manages to continue the run and get it deep. So lovely stuff. We'll have to see what the judges think to that one. Peter Ballarado, you're going to give me a 360? Yes, please. Thank you. I'm all for it. So that is Samuel with an 81, which puts him in 9th. Unfortunately, that is not an improvement, but he's still going to be in top 32 action tomorrow. So we're just going to quickly have an interview very shortly while we await for our next run.
Jest z nami. Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry, witam, witam.
Słuchaj, no nie widzieliśmy się tak naprawdę, żeśmy się widzieli z Kicksterem na Słomczynie, ale w sumie to żeśmy się trochę nie widzieli. Opowiadaj o aucie, co się zmieniło? Czy to tylko to nowe oklejenie, czy tam środeczek coś drapnięty?
Raczej wszystko jest w tym starym setupie. Co prawda się dostosowujemy do tego, żeby jeździć na oponie 2.2.5. W zeszłym roku też było 2.2.5, ale mieszankę mogliśmy sobie dobierać. Teraz mieszankę wszyscy mają równą. 680 koni, mamy tylko ostrzejsze wałki założone. Reszta setupu jest taka sama. Do tej opony to tak naprawdę można się bawić gazem. Jedyne co się zmieniło to oklejenie, które w zasadzie na ostatnią chwilę przed zawodami trochę robiliśmy. Tutaj wielkie dzięki dla Tomka z reklamy Ciechanów, który po prostu do 23 siedział i żeśmy to zrobili. Także myślę, że auto się prezentuje fajnie, wygląda w końcu jak driftowóz, a nie jak samochód, który jest z laminatu polepiony i przyjechał ledwo na zawody.
Czy my coś możemy zdradzać, odkrywać jakieś karty? No bo wiemy, że tutaj dzika karta na rundę w Katowicach, no ale jeszcze 2 rundy przed nami. Czy my coś możemy powiedzieć, czy na razie nic jeszcze?
Ja troszkę się nie nastawiam już, bo w ogóle jeszcze 2 miesiące temu mówiłem, że już otarłem się prawie o sprzedaż tego samochodu, a teraz jestem tutaj na zawodach, więc dla mnie to jest w ogóle cudownie, że mogę tu być. Dlatego nie chcę prognozować, że tak, na pewno widzimy się na kolejnej rundzie, ale zrobię wszystko, żeby się jednak tam pojawić, żeby może jeszcze o tą generalkę trochę powalczyć, żeby przede wszystkim to doświadczenie zbierać, które jest nieocenione po prostu z zawody na zawody. Już niezależnie od wyniku, jaki on nie jest, to, że ja tu jestem, że mogę z tymi najlepszymi kierowcami w Polsce przebywać w jednym padoku i na trasie z nimi jeździć, to jest dla mnie po prostu wspaniała nauka.
No ja Państwu przypomnę, że Kickster w zeszłym roku, no tutaj na tym torze ocierał się o podium, no tam no sprzętowo, no, moglibyśmy to rozpamiętywać, ale po prostu będziemy trzymać kciuki za Katowice, a co zdarzy się potem, no zobaczymy.
Zobaczymy, oby półosie wytrzymały, w zeszłym roku faktycznie mnie wyeliminowało, ale trochę sam się wyeliminowałem, bo gdybym nie zepsuł poprzedniego przejazdu z Polakiem, to pewnie byłoby wszystko ok, ale żyjmy przyszłością, a nie przeszłością, żyjmy tym, że jutro są wspaniałe zawody, chyba że dzisiaj, jak to dzisiaj oglądacie i będziemy walczyć o to, żeby od top 16 dojść gdzieś dalej, przynajmniej o jedną parę.
Rzekł Kickster, wielkie dzięki.
Dzięki wielkie, pozdrawiam.
So there you have it, just a lovely little interview there with one of our drivers, just talking about the condition of his car, what he's been wanting to run tyre-wise, and what's been working for him the best, and future plans as well. But as we just await for our next driver, plenty going on here. As you can see, you got our drivers gridded up as we have some spicy camera angles happening here. Plenty of cool things going on. That full carbon 350Z looking absolutely savage. I've just noticed there's like photographers just in the background. What is it with photographers wearing cowboy hats and big like Australian hats? Is it just a thing they do? We'd love to see it though. The photographers being one of the lifeblood of drifting, making sure that people can keep their memories. But look at this, the grid is looking absolutely insane. With some of the most savage cars you'll ever see. Which includes Victor Andrewson there. And I've just been told that we are just waiting for the line painters on the track just to finish up, as these cars have that much power that it just completely sprays it everywhere. So we're just getting the lines all remarked, and then we'll be able to send all of our drivers back on their way. That is a really cool livery on that car. I love the graffiti style. Do have some very impressive cars this season. It only seems to be getting better. As you can see, that has like the custom cut rear quarter window there, made out of metal. It's all about the details. It's what we like, all the details. Once again, you can see Cooper Pashonsky's pit setup right at the front there, front and center. So now we have Pavel at the start line, waiting to go, with a 72 on the board. Let us see what's going to happen in his second run. Pavel sending it in big into outside to zone 1. Big angle coming around in towards 2. Lovely stuff so far. Big snappy transitions. Does drop a wheel going into 3 though, as he comes around now into 4. Lovely entry into 4. Look at the speed. Look at the commitment. Look at the pace going through 4 here as Pavel comes around in towards out of 5. Lots of speed and across the line. Wow. He was flying. What a run. So as you can see, Pavel doing a really good job in the first section of the track here, as he transitions across into 2 with plenty of pace. It's probably one of the fastest runs I've seen him do so far this season. As he comes around and does drop a tyre there, which will deduct him. But as you can see here, coming through into 4, does a little bit of a slowdown, but just keeps the throttle going. And just perfect throughout zone 4. That is exactly what we want to see coming through there. Very smooth, very nice, big swinging arc around out 4. And manages to bring it around into 5 and perfectly across the line. Maybe just dropping the tyre once again. Amazing driving from Pavel there. So once again, just having a little look at the Speed Games arena. Everyone's just having a bit of fun. Doing a couple of passenger rides, I think. Doing some skits. There's no better way of spending a day watching drifting than being involved in the drifting. So if anyone ever offers you to go into the car and get a passenger ride, you take it. But Pavel coming in now with a 78.5, which is an improvement, which puts him at 26th position. I almost couldn't do my English now. 25th, turning into Sid the Sloth. But now we have Chris with a 74 in that M2, getting ready for his second run. So let's see what he can do with this, as he will need to improve if he wants to see top 32 action tomorrow. Nice initiation there from the start. Oh, just over, almost over rotating, going into out of 2, but manages to work with it. Coming around into out of 4. Lovely stuff. Oh, just up in the wall. Coming around now. I don't know how he got away with that, but fair play to him. Just doing a good job of keeping the run alive and across the line. Just maybe drop, not getting into out of 5. So coming around across into out of 2. You can see here he just dials on the angle and has to bring it back around, but manages to do a really good job of it. As he transitions now in towards 4, didn't end up quite where he wanted to be, and he angles on a bit late and it sends him towards the wall. He does tap the wall, but only slightly with the rear bumper, so I don't think it pushed the wall back at all, just flexed the rear bumper a bit. So he did a good job of avoiding a major crash and does miss outside zone 5. We'll have to see what the judges think, because that was definitely an interesting one. I don't know why, but that green... Oh, so we got Chris with a 64. So unfortunately, he is not making it into the top 32 tomorrow. So it does look like the wall was shifted from that contact going into out of 4. Which is unfortunate, as we do have to shift it back, so it will take a little bit longer for us to get the next driver out. But while we wait for that, just have a quick look at the view of our car show paddock. You can see him again, RS down there. Got some E36s. I saw an EK9. Has quietened down a bit because we've had a few people leave. I think that's an old Prelude down there as well. That's gorgeous. Got a bunch of cool cars from different areas around the world, different styles, and there you go, the Merlot forklift machine doing what it does best, helping us move all of those giant concrete blocks that weigh an absolute ton around, and they're one of the key machines that we use to set the track up. So a massive thank you to Merlot for being an amazing partner for the season as well. As you can see there, we do have them parked next to the Toolmex truck, and those two are the ones that we use to move everything around. Awesome bit of kit and machinery. So a big shout out to them. So now we're just waiting on our next driver to finish up in the burnout box. As you can see there, just having a bit of fun, doing some burnouts, doing some skids, warming those tyres up. As you can see though, towards the left of the front of the paddock and to the right towards the start line, we have two fire engines, our amazing emergency services, helping out and making sure that everyone's safe and ready to respond if an incident occurs. But we have Kevin Robble now with a 93, getting ready to go out for his second and last run. So Kevin Robble has room to improve. So let's see if he can set the bar higher as he initiates now into outside zone 1, perfectly coming around into 2, fills out 2 nicely, could have been a bit deeper though, coming around into 3, filling that out nicely once again, coming around into 4, lovely stuff so far, nice and consistent and smooth, big angle coming around into 4, coming out now in towards 5, could have been deeper into 5, but good solid finish to Kevin's run. Very nice driving there from Kevin Robble in that crazy E36. So as you can see there from a beautiful drone shot, some of these shots are just unreal. Just struggling to get it as deep as he could have from the last run, but does a really good job of getting it into 4 and keeping it nice and wide. Really nice through outside zone 4. Unfortunately, it just gets a little bit shallow compared to the previous run on outside zone 5. So Kevin Robble isn't going to improve, but he's in 4th place still with an 89.5. 2 really good scores. So we'll have to see how it stacks up with the rest of the top qualifiers later on. But now we have Tomas Magna, God, I am awful with it today, with a 76 to start with. So can Mr. Magna improve in this Mercedes 190E as he sends it out of the strain, throwing it in towards the initiation point. Lovely through outside zone 1. Transitions nice and wide into 2. Could have been a bit deeper towards the end of 2, but manages to make it work. Coming around into 3. Fills that out beautifully. Coming around now into 4. Nice start to the long zone. Fills it out lovely, and now transitions around into 5 and just misses out of 5. Very good run though from this amazing driver. So you can see this Mercedes is absolutely sending it. Coming through, filling out outside zone 3, lovely there. Doing a solid run. Could have been a bit deeper from the start of 4, but this is really at this point nitpicking. As he comes around now into the last transition, going from 4 to 5. Just unfortunately adds on a little bit too much angle, and it doesn't make it through to 5. So we'll have to see what the judges think of that one. As you can see him there, just getting ready to go back into his pit. So Tomas Magyar does make that improvement with an 85, which puts him up to 14th position. So the Hungarian driver is into the top 32 tomorrow. So now we move over to the one and only Victor Andersson with a 90.5 to start with. So can he improve his second run? Here we go, that GT86 with only 650 horsepower, mind you, going in crazy into the initiation. Lovely start as he comes around and fills out 2 perfectly. Coming around now into 3, but just goes a bit too deep. Now comes into 4. Can he keep it nice and deep? Yes, he can. Maybe just dropping a tyre towards the wall. Fills it out beautifully as he now transitions into 5. Oh, just a bit of a check up there as he comes across the line. So as you can see there, fills out 1 perfectly. Fills out 2 perfectly. Unfortunately, it just keeps it a bit too much angled, and it just snaps across and just pulls him a bit too wide. Manages to make it work though and brings it back to 4 very nicely. As you can see here, as he comes around, starts dropping a tyre and almost making contact with that wall, but does a good job of avoiding it. And it's just here. The car just briefly comes off of power mid-transition, and it just didn't have what it needed to get across. So as we wait, we've got the prime stand there. Really, really cool set of displays from our partners and people involved with the shows, but it's a 72 for Victor Andersson, so we'll be still in 7th, moving on into top 32. But now we have Dominic Kerr in that crazy Opel GT. Very unique car. Definitely an interesting one, but he doesn't have a 0 to start with, so we'll have to see what he can do with the second one as he initiates him now. A bit shallow into 1, very shallow into 2, almost missing it. Gets into 3, doesn't make the same mistake, but almost does this time around, but manages to get around into 4. Looking very good through 4 and over 5, just missing, almost missing the clip. Definitely not Dominic's strongest weekend so far. But of course, everyone's going to do differently on different tracks, different styles of driving. It's never the easiest thing. You can see here he's just trying to get the car to push through to where it needs to be. Does a really good job through the midsection of out of 4 towards the end. Keeps it nice and wide throughout the entire zone there. And then as he comes back around, just transitions a little bit too early and just doesn't let the car float across. But is it enough to get into the top 32? And it is a 69, unfortunately, putting him in 43rd position. So that will be the end of Dominic Kerr's weekend. So hopefully he'll come back next round, bigger and better. But now we have already probably one of the coolest looking S13s with the graffiti style on it. And that is Zsolt Homan from Hungary. He's got an 81 in his first run, so he's got some work to do to make an improvement, but we'll see if he can make any improvements this time around. So lovely initiation going into outside zone 1. Big transition going into 2. Fills it nicely, but maybe a bit late into there. Perfect through 3 though. Now comes around in towards outside zone 4, doing a lovely job. Oh, just getting a bit deep there, having to flirt with the line. Manages to recover it as he comes around on into 5 and across the line. So you can see that this transition across gets a bit shallow and enters in and just gets in there in time, but it's a bit late into it. Starts out shallow and then ends up really deep. Does it perfectly through outside zone 3. But it's here through out of 4. As you'll see, just gets plenty of speed, but as you can see, he almost hits the wall. Potentially even does. As he comes through and finishes off out through 4 and transitions across. Definitely not the easiest of runs, but he managed to make it work. And there it is, Cooper Pashonsky's trailer. So it is a 68, so Zolt is not going to be improving, but he's in 21st position, so really good opportunity to be in the top 32. As we now move on to Martin in that F22. Martin Neyman with an 82 in the first run. So let's see what he can do with the second one. Big initiation there, lots of speed, lots of flair. Lovely into outside zone 2. Could have been a bit deeper as well as 3, but does a good job of getting into those zones where it needs to be. Gets nice and wide into out 4. Slightly pulls out, but manages to get it back in there nice and deep. And does almost just miss out of zone 5, but manages to come across the line and finish off the run. Definitely could have been places where he could have been stronger. But this is drifting. There's always room for opportunity to be better. Nobody is perfect. And if the top, like James Dean, can make mistakes in Drift Masters, anyone can make mistakes. There's nothing wrong with making mistakes as long as you learn from them. But Neyman doing a good job keeping the run going and doing what he needs to do, and it looks like he did make contact with the wall. Oh, that poor wall. So we've just got our marshals just working with our Merlot crane forklift, just repositioning the wall back so it's nice and fluent throughout the entire arc of the wall. And Martin gets a 80, so that keeps him in 19th place, so not a bad place to be at all. So could be seeing top 32 action. As you can see there, the Merlot machine just absolutely ripping through the track. I want to see that do a qualifying run, please. Can that happen? Can they drift? If so, that's cool. But once again, another shout out to Merlot for being absolute legends and having the best equipment to maintain the track. And I don't think our marshals have the strength to pull up those concrete blocks, so it makes their life way easier. There it is, the Katowice logo. The city of dreams, the place where you want to be. Honestly, one of the coolest places, and I really want to go. But look at that paddock. So many cars, so many support vehicles, so many campers. Just goes to show how big this grid is. And this is not a small airstrip as well. This is a big airstrip. But now we have Maciek on the line. Or message? Either way, got the Polish national driver with a 64.5 on the start line in that Nissan S13. I do believe this is the one that he is borrowing, which also means, whoa, big into 2. Trying to figure out the car still, clearly, as we come around into 4. Doing a good job of keeping it under control, though. as it comes around in towards 5, and it does straighten out, which will be a 0. Just not being able to get comfortable with that car. Very unfortunate there. Unfortunately, that is just how the cookie crumbles. It's not going to be everyone's day. There's always going to be people that leave and have to go home. Does a really good job of trying to keep that car going now. As you can see, you can just see the car fighting him. And at this point, it's just like, the car just sat there like, yeah, there's no point. Does a great job though with what he had. So that's 64.5, unfortunately won't see him into the top 32. But now we have Bato Stalaski with an 87 and in that Rocket Bunny S15. So let's see if he can make any improvements as he comes around now. Sending it down that main straight. Nice flick initiation. Filling out outside zone 1. Very nice. A little bit shallower in 2 than what we were thinking, but lovely through 3. Transitioning now into 4. Nice, smooth, fluid line there. Going through 4. As it comes around now. Transitions across and just gets into 5. Definitely could have been a bit stronger in this run, but there was definitely places which were shining. As you can see here, coming through out of 2, and then the transition to out of 3. Very, very strong performance so far. But could have been a bit deeper from the get-go of out of zone 4, but manages to get it to float back just in time to make it look way nicer, leaving in towards 5. And of course, just transitioned a little bit too early, and it just bored him a bit too shallow on the inside. But good run overall. The $1 million question is, what is the score? So staying in 11th with an 86, so does 1 point less than his previous run, but does a really good job overall. One thing to note is, I was just noticing that our Polish commentators were mentioning how the sun is starting to go down and the temperatures are going down themselves, so it is going to make the track colder as well. But now we have Peter Utasi at the start line, obviously with that incident at the first run, getting a 0. Hopefully his car isn't too damaged, and he's managed to sort any damage that was made and realign it. As you can see that big flick initiation in as he transitions down. Oh, but as he transitions around, the car just doesn't do what it needs to do. And he's just going to do some burnouts because he is not a happy man. I mean, I wouldn't be a happy man if that was me. As you can see here, this car has been very uncharacteristically snappy. So I think there is a problem with his alignment and the car is just not performing the way it should be. Potentially from that hit into the wall at his first run. And unfortunately, that will be the end of his weekend. I did notice that the radiator was actually, or the cooler at the front was actually hanging to the side. So that was less than ideal. So he's got some repairs to do for next round, but hopefully we'll see him next time in a stronger position. But now we have Mads Andresen with a 95, our second place qualifier so far in that E92 M3 Eurofighter. So here we go, V8 singing as he goes down the main straight now. Big flick initiation, lovely through outside zone 1, coming around to 2, nice zone proximity, coming around to 3, big angle as he comes around now, transitions early to get around into 4. This is looking very strong so far from Matt Anderson. Look at the angle, look at the smoke, so much impact coming around, and just misses, almost misses out on 5. Maybe a bit too much smoke as he left from 4, and he was like, oh, where am I going? As you can see here, just having such a good time there in that E92. Does an amazing job making this work here. Obviously, the car has the weight, it has the size. You can push it through there a lot quicker and earlier. And it just floats. And it's good to see people utilizing their chassis to their full potential. As you can see here, maybe it's just a bit too early on the transition, as there was still smoke clearing away. But I don't think this one will be an improvement, to say the least. I think it'll be a high score, but I don't think it'll be an improvement. We will have to see what the judges think, because once again, I am not a judge. There you can see the city of Katowice in the background, and it is an 89 there for Matt Anderson, which puts him in first place, as he does have the higher scores for both run 1. He has the same score in run 1 and has the higher second qualifying score, which brings him up into first place. So he's now our top qualifier. Moving on, we have Victor Vermark. So now, this 14.9 has got a lot to show. It's very fast, very gripped up. Look at the way it moves. Oh, but just over-rotating! As you can see, it's just making that engine scream, but that is a bit of a heartbreak, really, for Victor Vermark. Going in a bit too hard. As you can see here, the Wisefab just fully loaded up, and the rear just swung around faster than he could predict. Very, very unfortunate there for Victor Vermark. As you can see there, we do have people watching from above. And it is a 0 for his second run, but he does have an 80.5 to start with, so he is in the show so far with that 22. So this is actually Peter in this car, and our graphics wasn't updated because obviously he's not in his S15, so clearly he's got mechanical issues. He's in that Alfa Romeo Veloci, I think that's called. But as he initiates in, he's in this borrowed car, doing a nice job so far, coming around. Really strange car this is. Really, really, really strange car. It comes around into out of 4, a bit shallow to start with, but manages to get it deep as he comes through now in towards outside zone 5 and comes across the line. So definitely not the most strong run, but obviously this is not his main car. He is clearly borrowing it, so it's not going to be the strongest of performances that he wants to put on. But the main thing is he's here, he's competing, and he wants to get those points. As you can see there, doing a very good job, even in a borrowed chassis. I mean, this is not a very common car to be driving, and if it is a GT86 chassis, it's very different to what he will be used to, that is for sure. But he does make an improvement, so Peter ended up getting an 86, which puts him in 14th place. Very nice work there from Peter, regardless of being in a borrowed chassis. But now we move on to Orest with a 79 to start with. So let's see what he can do with his second run. So here we go, Orest coming off the start line in that S14. Air clutch kick initiation, keeping it nice and wide, lovely through outside zone 1, coming around into outside zone 2, perfect through zone 2, lovely through zone 3. Orest is on a fire run so far as he comes around outside zone 4, getting very close to that wall as he comes around across now into the transition to 5. Will he get into 5? Yes, he will. What a run from Orest. Lovely stuff there. What a improvement. As you can see here, getting through out 1 beautifully there. Sets him up perfectly there. He's come through out 2. Nice and wide on that outside line. Amazing stuff here. I really want to see what outside zone 4 look like. As he transitions across now. Lovely and deep there on the outside line. He is scraping the wall, but manages to pull it back in, adds on a little bit more angle just to pull it out, and then just transitions perfectly across the 5. Tell you what, that was an impactful run. That is what I would want to see if I was a judge. Not saying I can judge, but a very, very good run there from Orest. So he is going to be very happy with that one. As we just wait for his qualifying score. And Orest getting an 87.5, so dropping those wheels towards the wall did punish him, but it puts him in 11th place. So a very nice job there from Orest, securing a spot into the top 32 essentially.
Z nami. Cześć Maciek.
Cześć, witam serdecznie.
Słuchaj, no dobra, opowiadaj o tym samochodzie, bo tu legendy już na czacie krążą. Czy to samo auto, od kogo, skąd wyjechało i czemu tak dużo się w nim zmieniło?
Znaczy jest to całkowicie nowe, zbudowane drugie auto. Poprzedniego Nissana S14A nadal posiadam, natomiast jest to nowy wóz zbudowany przez Marka Wartałowicza w Max Racing, setup w 100% zawodniczy. Mamy Weissfaba z przodu i z tyłu, mamy dyferencjał Wintersa, mamy 2JZ, 800 koni, 900 N, no taka myślę dość przyjemna maszyna.
Gdybyś mógł i nie siedział na komentatorce, to w której klasie byś nim jeździł?
Wiesz co, no myślę, że na początku chyba bym zaczął od semi-pro, natomiast jest plan na montaż sekwencyjnej skrzyni biegów, więc docelowo pewnie klasa pro. No i nie ukrywam, mam takie marzenie, żeby nieco profesję zmienić i pozwolić innym wykazać się, jeśli chodzi o komentowanie. Zajmuję się 15 lat branżą eventową, driftem zajmuję się lat 10. Fajnie byłoby coś samemu pojechać, natomiast na szczęście mam teraz wóz, który to będzie umożliwiał, bo moim też takim celem było złożenie samochodu, który od razu będzie samochodem zawodniczym, pozwalającym rywalizować o najwyższe cele. Na szczęście taki wóz udało się zbudować, to marzenie jest spełnione, więc trzeba iść dalej.
No właśnie, bo jak się ma taką furę, no to już chyba nie tylko po to, żeby jeździć na pokazach, ale też po to, żeby w końcu o jakiś podjazd próbować zawalczyć.
No taką mam nadzieję, taki był cel, taki był plan. Jestem już po takich gruntownych testach tej fury. Miałem okazję pojeździć tutaj w Katowicach na trasie lotniska Muchowiec w środę. 4. biegiem, tak dość szybko, mocno, intensywnie jeździłem też w strefie drift taxi. Natomiast tak jak mówisz, no tutaj celem jest na pewno rywalizacja, dlatego będę dążył i mam nadzieję, że wy będziecie trzymali za to kciuki.
No będziemy trzymali kciuki na pewno. Opowiedz też trochę o strefie drift taxi, bo to drugi rok z rzędu, kiedy podczas tej rundy w Katowicach można na coś takiego się tutaj zapisać.
Tak, jak najbardziej. Mamy też w tym roku w Katowicach po raz pierwszy w tym sezonie na Driftingowych Mistrzostwach Polski strefę drift taxi. Jest 10 kierowców ze świetnymi samochodami. Najmocniejsze auto to jest 600 koni mechanicznych. To są auta wyposażone w klatki bezpieczeństwa bądź w rollbary. Robimy to na maksa bezpiecznie, ale jednocześnie chcąc pokazać ludziom, czym są te emocje, które są w driftingu, czym jest ta adrenalina. I tutaj w Katowicach właśnie macie taką możliwość, żeby usiąść na fotelu pasażera któregoś, z tych kilkuset konnych profesjonalnych driftkarów, no i po prostu właśnie w ramach tej strefy drift taxi doświadczyć tych emocji, doświadczyć tej adrenaliny. Mam też taką ciekawostkę, mamy tutaj byłe auto, którym kiedyś startował Krzysztof Jóźwiak, czyli Siwy, jego E30, którą jeździ mój przyjaciel Patryk po wąskach, że można nawet się przejechać autem z Driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski.
No dobrze, słuchajcie, ja też będę zachęcał, bo co innego to zobaczyć, a zupełnie czym innym jest to poczuć, szczególnie pierwszy raz. Ja mam wrażenie, że w ogóle takiego chyba pierwszego razu nawet na fotelu pasażera to się chyba nie zapomina. Ja pamiętam bardzo dobrze, a było to parę lat temu.
No ja myślę, że tego się nie zapomina, to naprawdę są przeżycia, które zostają z nami na długo. My staramy się zrobić to możliwie jak najlepiej, zatem serdecznie zachęcamy i zapraszamy, a Ciebie w sumie zapraszam na lewy fotel tego Nissana dzisiaj po godzinie 18. Sprawdzimy, co ta maszyna potrafi, także zapraszam.
Dobrze, to ja podejmuję rękawice i zasiądę. Was też zachęcamy do tego, że gdybyście chcieli, to strefa Drift Taxi podczas drugiej rundy Driftingowych Mistrzostw Polski tutaj w Katowicach na lotnisku Muchowiec jest do Waszej dyspozycji i będzie,
Jest
dokładnie.
I będzie. I do zobaczenia.
Maciej Kiwak, wielkie dzięki.
Do usłyszenia, dzięki.
Love the interviews with everyone involved in this competition. As we were just talking about the drift taxis that we have going on at the Speed Games Arena. So if you want to get involved, make sure to go and head over when you come to the rounds. Come and experience some drifting. See what these boys do for real. As we now have Camel on the line in that E82, the 76.5. As we send him down the main straight now, big flick initiation there. Lovely bit of weight transfer as he comes around 2 out of 2. Looking strong so far with that turbo, just spooling and making the best sounds I've ever heard. Coming around 4, doing a very nice job, transitioning now over to 5, just gets into there and across the line. Oh, you gotta love it when a turbo just... So as you can see here, Camel doing a good job from the start. Bringing it around into 2. Could have been a bit deeper there. But this could be a good improvement from his first run as he comes around to 3. Lovely transition coming around into 4 and just gets nice and deep there. Car tries to pull out a little bit, but manages to keep it nice and deep. And that is exactly where we wanted him to be. So lovely outside zone 4 there. And as he comes across, transitions, gets a nice bit of angle. Just a bit off there on 5, but manages to make it work and across the line. Good job there from Camel. Definitely feel like that could be a good improvement from his first score. As you can see, we have the burnout box there just being absolutely rinsed. Those white lines were white at one point. And you might have, yeah, it's going to take a while to wash out. So Kamil Haruki with an 85, putting him in 15th position. So a nice, almost 10-point increase from his previous run. So very nice work there. As we have Lucas now in that S14. Lukasz Terzimski with a 93.5 to start with. So good start. So can he improve on what he has already got? As we send him down the main straight now. Ex-commentator for the Polish side coming in with a nice initiation through outside zone 1, lovely through 2, lovely bit of speed and consistency as well coming through 3. Big transition coming into 4, lots of angle, lots of style as well as he comes around and exits 4, lovely stuff, and across the 5, and what a run. Hats off to you, my sir. So here we go, the breakdown. Lovely stuff through the initiation. Absolutely perfect. Coming around into 2, fills that out in a really nice way. And then coming through 3 once again, does the exact same thing as he transition across and over into outside zone 4 and does it perfectly. And he is going to be very happy with this run, I'd say. Obviously, he's got a 93.5 to start with, but this is also an extremely good run. And look at that camera angle. Where was that the whole time? That was beautiful. But what a run there from Lucas. Doing a really, really solid run there. 2 extremely solid runs. question is, what will it score? Judges are deliberating a bit on this one. And what is he going to be getting? And it is a 0 going into the second run. I'm very intrigued to see why that was a 0. I mean, did not expect that one. Welcome to drifting, though. Here's an interesting one. Don't know if we can get a judge to... Oh, wait, never mind. There we go, a 95.5, taking top spot in qualifying. I was good. The graphics guy had me going there. He had me going. He was trolling us. What a run, though. 95.5, taking the top spot. What a run. And now we have Alexandra Fial with the 72. You know what? It was our overlay guy. It was just having a little prank. But now we have this crazy S13 coming through. Nice initiation, lots of speed. Could have been had a bit more angle going into that transition. Seems to be struggling a bit. Very fast initiation. She comes now into outside zone 4, doing a lovely job coming around. Having a lot of angle, a lot of speed. Can she get into 5? She cannot. And across the line. Definitely not the strongest run. We'll have to see what happens. So as you can see there, plenty of speed going into the initiation. As she comes around into out of 2, just doesn't have the angle quite there where we would expect. And just kind of has to pick up the pieces from there on. As she comes around into 4, does a good job of getting in there. And manages to get the car to float a bit further back. As you can see, these lenses again coated with tire marble. Oh, and apparently one of the cameras has fallen over. Looked like a cover art for a really deep jazz track. Or really edgy punk rock album. I mean, the judges do look like a boy band. So... But Alexandra Fial with that 65, so unfortunately she will not be seeing top 32 action tomorrow. So hopefully we'll see her in round 3, bigger and better. And if no one knows what we're on about, with the judges looking like they're on a boy band cover, there's a particular photo of them all sat at the table, and it just looks like they're part of a boy band. It's great. We'd have Fabian Goranzinski with the 84.5 to start with, so we'll have to see what he can do with the second run. Whoa! Big initiation, but unfortunately it does not work out for him. And it is going to be very hard to recover this run now. And just over angles and ends up too shallow into 4. At this point he's just putting on a show as he comes across 5. Very unlucky there. We're going to have to see what the judges think. Yeah, just over angling there, and I think that could be a 0 for coming off track. We'll have to see, as all 4 wheels came outside of the track limits. And it is unchaseable. So it's a question of how the judges are going to look at it. As you can see, there's just too much angle going into out of 4, which then brings him shallow. Very unfortunate there for Fabian. But does a really good job of trying to keep the rest of the run going, and hats off to you. You made a big mistake, but you had some fun with it. Just make the most of what you got. So it's just waiting on that score. And it will be a 0, but he is in 18th so far, so very, very likely he's going to be seeing top 32 action tomorrow. Just unlucky on the second run, but we have Valery Shevelov in that S13 hatch with 1,000 horsepower. The Ukrainian's got an 86.5 so far. So we'll have to see what he can do here, Katowice at round 2 for his second run. Nice big flick initiation. Could have been a little bit deeper on 1, but gets perfectly into 2. Transitioning now into 3. Big flick. Oh, but just straightens out almost. Has to try and recover the run, but does a nice job again into 4. As he comes around now and transitions now across into 5. Does a really good job. Just slightly over angling there, and people seem to be going a bit too hard in the transitions. So you can see that as he comes through 2, loads up the suspension, loads up the steering, and it just flicks round and almost sets the car straight. So he has to really try and keep it on drift, which he does. It's a really, really good recovery there. As if he had let that straighten out anymore, that would have been just, that could have been a 0. But he did a really, really good job of managing to make that work. He does a good job of recovering the rest of the run and does a really nice job through outside zone 5. So this will be the point of wondering, this is where you kind of look at it and go, right, what are the judges looking for at this point? Because they'll be looking at that section, where are you over angled? What kind of deduction will he be getting? That is the question. The Polish commentators are debating on whether it is a 0. And they could, potentially could be an unchaseable lead, so we're just going to wait for the confirmation from the judges. As you can see there, Siski on the line, waiting to do his second run, and Kuba Pushansky has left his pit now, which means we are getting towards the end of our qualifying session today, as we have our last set of drivers coming up. As you can see there, Patrick Detmer in the left-hand side. In E36, he's our winner for semi-pro last round. So here we go. So it will be a 0 for Valery Shevlov. So our head judge has given information to our Polish judge, commentators that it was an unchaseable run, which is why it was a 0. So now we move on to Matusz Suski with that 80.5. So we'll have to see what he can do with the second one. Big initiation there, coming around with plenty of angle. Could have been a bit deeper going into outside zone 2, but manages to get into 3 a little bit deeper. Coming now into 4. These Supras have a lot of grip in them if you know how to set them up properly. As it comes around now in towards 5. Lovely stuff there coming through 5 and across the line. Solid drive there from Matusz Suski. So as you can see, that lovely initiation comes around into outside zone 2. Could have been a little bit deeper, but manages to make it work very nicely, coming around into 3. At this point, it's just making sure people are a little bit deeper on these zones. But a lovely entry into out of 4. Does have to do a little clutch kick to get it to pull away from the wall. As you can see, it was starting to attempt to pull in towards the wall, but manages to find the grip, get the car back out, and across to 5 and across the line. That was a lovely way to finish the run. As we have the score coming in, it is an improvement with an 84. So Matusz Suski going into 19th. Into the top 32, confirmed. So now we're going to be moving on to our final drivers of the day, starting with Nasser Alabali. Really, really talented driver from the Middle East, coming all the way from, well, the car has come from the Middle East, that is to say. now we have him with an 87 start with big flick initiation. Look at that from Wesley as he comes around. Absolutely insane so far. Big angle, big flicks, big style, lots of speed coming in towards the wall. Just pulls away from it though. I thought that was going to be hitting the wall for sure, but he makes it work perfectly. Lots of power, pushing it around across the line. Whoa. That car has a lot of presence on the track. Look at this initiation, just so much angle and so much flair. That is insane, and it moves so quick. Coming around 2, 3, just perfect through there. And look at that, it was just absolutely insane how he got away with that, but manages to make it work. As he comes around in towards 5, I have no words. That was just something else. I mean, the car has so much aggressive, it has such an aggressive presence on the track. And it's a very angry car. Takes a lot of talent to drive a car like that. And Nasser Alabali getting a 86.5. So 0.5 of a point less than his previous run. So the judges not being able to find any improvement in that run. As we now have Jakub Brzonski at the start line in that all-in-oil Red Bull GR86 with that SRL line spoiler on the back. One of our lovely supporters. As we have him now getting ready to go down the straight. Here we go, lights going green. Jakub Brzonski, number 86. Coming around, big initiation, could have been a bit deeper on outside zone 1, but does a good job of bringing it around into 2. Transition now into 3, big flick transition as he comes around now into 4. Lovely stuff, nice and smooth so far as he comes around to the exit of 4. Nice smooth transition into 5. Lovely stuff there from Jakub Brzonski. Clear, concise run. So now we're going to have to see what the judges think to this one. Jakub does a really, really good job here, making a great, clean line. As you can see, the transitions from 3 to 4, beautiful, keeping it nice and wide the entire way. Really smooth, really consistent. And as you can see, just absolutely perfect coming out from 4 to 5 as well. Really good second run there. As you can see, all the flags from our sponsors, supporters, and everyone who has been involved with DMP. As Jakub Brzonski gets a 93, going into 4th place. Lovely stuff there from Jakub Brzonski, making that improvement, getting a slightly better score. That is what we want to see. His spot is going to be over the moon. So now we have Nikolaj in that, I think it's an S14.9 from my memory. No, it is a straight up S15, and he has a 91.5 to start with. So here we go, the lights go green, that S15 fires it down through the chicane, down the main straight. Nice flick initiation there, clutch kick flick initiation. Big transition, whoa, just almost going way too far into 2, but manages to recover it into 3. Big speed going in towards 4, the speed that Nikolaj has, coming through outside zone 4, around into 5. Absolutely insane performance there from Nikolaj as he comes across the line. That was scary fast around outside zone 4. So as you can see here, nice fast initiation there through outside zone 1. Transitions really deep into 2. I thought it was going to go further out than that. He does a good job of keeping it together. Pulls it out to 3 perfectly there. And just watch this. Coming through into out zone 4. Just the speed and the commitment he had going into this. Just absolutely smoking the entire wall out. As you can see, just flying around there. And then transitions out to 5, doing a really good job. That is a really, really, really good run, that is, I'd say. But is it good enough to beat his first score? As you can see there, we've got Jakob Kroll at the line ready, but Mikolaj getting a 78, so it was not an improvement. It's still in 6th position, so he will be going into the top 32 in a good spot. But it is not Jakob Kroll that will be finishing off qualifying for us today. As we have him at the line now, with a 90.5 to start things off. So what would he get in his second run? Michael Kroll coming in now, lots of speed, nice initiation, could have been a bit deeper into outside zone 1, but nice, and as well as in outside zone 2, seems to be struggling to get into those deep edges of the track, and manages to get nice and deep into outside zone 4, doing a solid lead line so far through 4, and gets around into 5 beautifully and across the line. So Jakob Kroll doing a solid job there. Just could have been deeper into outside zone 1. Of course, the line wasn't quite set up to get into the full deepness of 2. But he manages to bring it around and get nice and deep into 3. And then throughout the rest of the run, just keeps it nice and smooth and consistent. Look at that, into outer zone 4. In between the midline and the deep line. And keeps it nice and deep for the rest of outer 4. It's what we want to see. As he comes around to outer 5 and across the line. So as we just wait his score. Of course, this will be our last qualifying run coming up in a second. So you can see spectators are getting ready to go relax and have a chill before the excitement of the top 16 and top 32 tomorrow. And remember, we are running the top 16 for semi-pro first in the morning. Or should I say afternoon? But it's a 92 for Jakob Kroll, pushing up into 6th place. So a nice improvement there from Jakob Kroll. But like I was saying, we are going to be running the top 16 first tomorrow for the semi-pro class, and then we'll be moving on to pro into the later afternoon. But we have number 420, which is Michael Henry with a 64. So this is the last run of the day. So here we go, the lights go green. Swedish man getting ready to send it in there. Big initiation there, not too shabby. Oh, she's not quite where he wants to be though. Seems to be struggling with the car though. Seems to be fighting it. Maybe he had some issues in between first qualification run and the second, but we'll have to see as he comes around lovely out of start zone 4 and comes around nice and wide onto 5 and across the line. So a good start to the run here, maybe just nearly dropping the tyre on initiation, but makes it work. Too deep there, but manages to bring it around 4 out of 2. But you'll see in the front wheels, there were a lot of corrections leaving 2 towards 3. Manages to make it work, but just not as nice as he could have made it, but gets a lovely amount of angle and proximity towards that wall at the start of outside zone 4. And manages to keep it there throughout the entire zone, which is lovely stuff. So he transitions back across, and generally a really good run. Just that start between 1 and 2, just unfortunately is going to definitely knock it down. So as you can see there, the Speed Games pit area for our drift taxis. As you can see, all the spectators are just having a good one, having a chill. But we're just waiting on that last qualifying score now, as everyone gets ready to settle down for the day and prepare for top 32 tomorrow. It's good to see so many fans coming out and supporting drifting. Without the fans, we wouldn't be anything. So massive thank you to everyone who's tuned in. And it is a 70, but unfortunately for Michael Henry, that is the end of his weekend. But it was worth a try. So hopefully we'll see him in round 3. But that does finish off our pro class qualifying. What a day it has been, full of amazing runs and a lot of close calls. It has been crazy, and I do believe we do have a bracket potentially ready to go for top 32 tomorrow and the top 16 for semi-pro. But as we get a look at the paddock one last time for today, as you can see, we've got Lamborghinis just cruising around. It's pretty cool. As you can see there, we've got plenty of things going on. All the drivers are going to be doing nut and bolt checks over their cars, making sure everything's fine, and preparing them ready for tomorrow. And then they're going to have a nice chill out, get an early night, and enjoy their time. That's what I'd be doing. Hope you have all enjoyed today's broadcast. And tomorrow is going to be definitely a spectacle, that is for sure. And there are our Polish commentators. Handsome chaps, I've got to say so myself. Obviously, as a fellow commentator, it's not an easy job to be doing this throughout the entire day. Our vocals get absolutely destroyed, and we're not even in... We've not even got into top 32 action yet, so... it does take a toll. We're just waiting on our results list to come through, so we can give a confirmation of our results for today. Once again, another shout out to the amazing emergency services, our firefighters that have brought their trucks down to attend at the scene if we have any incidents. And they are there at a moment's notice. So a massive thank you to them for being there and supporting this amazing motorsport that we call drifting. Making sure that everyone is safe. As you can see there, the Merlot forklifts doing their job. They are integral to track maintenance. So a massive shout out to them once again. And you can see our marshals once again going around and just doing a bit more line painting, making sure the track's all nice and neat, ready for tomorrow. It is a big operation we do here at DMP. And everyone has a role, and no role is unimportant. Everyone does their part, and it makes this an amazing championship. As you can see there, we've got some pretty cool display areas and trade stands at the front near the grandstands. And then we have the firefighters having a little drive on the track. And here we go. So this is our qualifying standings for the Pro Class with your top 10 drivers, with a 95 from Lucas, Mads Anderson. Lucas with a 95.5, Mads Anderson with the 95, as well as Greg Merrilew with the 95, Jakub Brzezinski with the 93, Kevin Robert with the 93, Jakub Kroll with the 92, Mikolaj with the 91.5, Victor Anderson with the 90.5, Samuel with the 89, Lucas Sarada with the 88.5, and that is your top 10 qualifying scores here at round 2. Following up with Orest with the 87.5, Nasir with the 87, Bartos with the 87 as well, Valery Shavalov with the 86.5, Peter Kolowski with the 86, Kamil with the 85, Tomasz Magyar with the 85, Waliski Holovnia with the 84.5, Fabian Doński with the 84.5, and the list just continues. All of these drivers have put everything in, and unfortunately there can only be 32 drivers, and unfortunately any of those who did not make it this round, it is unfortunate, but there's still 2 rounds after this round, which gives them all of the opportunity to be in contention for the fight. So we'll have to see what they do with us next round, and I hope they enjoy the show. As if that was me, I'd be chilling, I'd be watching. Unfortunately there, Peter Giutassi having issues with the car, and my heart goes out to him. That is a really, really sucky situation to be in. But now we do have to say goodbye, so thank you for tuning in for the pro qualifying at round 2 here at Katowice. My name is Brandon Carter, and we will see you all tomorrow. Tune in at 12 p.m. Polish time for the top 32.